Mr. Linderoth, would you please sit in today? And Klaus, please feel free to comment all you wish.
Okay.
Okay, next item is the review and approval of the draft minutes from September 28th meeting. Has everyone received the said minutes and had a chance to review? A head nod is fine.
Brian,
Okay.
before we take a vote on that, I'm just going to do the roll call for the
Please.
record.
Okay.
So in the order in which they appear on my screen, I see members Linderoth,
Here.
Anopoulos, Rogers, Schondorf, Yonder, Curlin, Harris, and Benton, with staff members Robert Clausey, Doreen Carol Andrews, Jen Urena, and Patricia Sesto.
Okay, very good.
I suppose that wasn't a here moment, but I threw that in there anyways. I'm here.
Okay, and then in terms of taking the roll, do you need to take the roll each time individually, or can you just ask for yays and nays?
Technically, we're supposed to do a roll call because then it shows up on the transcript.
Okay, fair enough. Very good. Well, that is I will turn that over to you because you did such a good job with it last week.
Woohoo.
Woohoo. Okay, great. Next, okay, so we have the draft minutes from September 28th. Any questions, comments, or changes to last month's minutes? Okay, would someone like to make a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Skoufalos. Okay,
I must abstain because I was not present at the meeting.
You'll get your chance, Mr. Rogers.
okay, Joe. Yes, indeed.
Elliot, did you second? Yes. Okay, roll call on the minutes. Linderoth,
Yes.
Skoufalos,
Yes.
Rogers,
Abstain.
Schondorf,
I'll have to abstain.
Curlin,
Yes.
and Harris.
Yes.
Thank you. So 5-0-2 on the minutes.
Okay. Next up is the director's report.
There's not a whole lot of unusual things going on, and actually that is a good thing. One of the things that we have been asked to do as we're moving into budget season, RTM always has questions. There's certainly been a fair number of questions over the past 6-8 months with the town hall being closed, partially open, people reporting, our virtual office hours. And through the reports that you heard from Doreen, we all know that the number of inspections and applications we've processed and all that is pretty much steady and consistent with years past. And in the process of pulling the metrics together, I had to look at our wetlands at greenwichct.org email. So this is a central mailbox that through this whole time has been acting as our counter. Everybody takes a day during the week and answers the emails that come in, and those are green sheet sign-offs. Do I have wetlands? Can you send me this file? We had, over the course of 6 months, over 3,000 entries into that email. And if you deduct out some spam and some doubling up, we went through roughly about 1,500 to 2,000 emails during that 6-month period of time. So that represents something in the neighborhood of 25 to 30 emails to that address each day. So yeah, it's a pretty big volume, and it's not one email, one answer. Sometimes there are back and forth exchanges, but it certainly has established, I think we had 25 over the same period last year. So to go from 25 to nearly 2,000, clearly we've hit our stride. So that tool has been working really well for us.
Okay,
That's about all I have.
very good. All right, thank you. Any questions for Pat in the agency tonight? No? Okay. Let's see, we had the quarterly compliance report last month, so we're in good shape there. Any other business to bring up?
I have something, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Rob.
Policy. Can I suggest that the agency take up the consent approvals first this evening? As we have some town employees who are waiting on any questions that might come up about the sewer projects.
Okay. Very good. I think we can do that. Let's start with the consent approvals then before we move on to the public hearings. I have 8 consent approvals on tonight's agenda. Does that jive with what you have, Pat?
See, we
Nine.
have
No, they're 9.
9. The 9.
9 of them.
Okay. I have 181 and 181A Clabbered Ridge, 3 Leslie Avenue, 10 Plow Lane, 10 Glendale Street, along with 25 Tremont and 26 Tremont. 437 North Street, 2 Roberta Lane, 32 Mary Lane, 10 Bonwit Road, and Sunshine Avenue. What is the ninth?
3
It
Leslie.
is 9.
I'm sorry, Joe?
3 Leslie, did you call
Okay.
it out?
Nope. And 3 Leslie. Very
You got
good.
2
Are there
number ones.
There's 2 number 1s on there.
Aha,
Yeah.
that is, oh, that's right. Very good. Thank
So-
you. So we do have them all then, and 3 Leslie Avenue. Are there any questions? Excuse me, on any of the consent approvals?
Yes, this is Norma. I didn't receive the first one, or if I received it, I no have it. It's 181 and 181A Clabbered Ridge Road. I don't have the papers on that, so I would have to abstain on that one.
Okay, have other people received that application?
No.
Okay, then we'll have to table that until next month unless we can turn it into an agent approval at our next meeting.
Well,
Because it's
can we,
a deer fence in a wetland, it cannot be an agent approval.
Okay,
Bob?
yes, I mean, we could discuss that under new applications this evening if you want, and it's quite straightforward. And I was recommending approval, so that would be my recommendation.
okay, well, let's put it, let's pull that from consent approval. So that's application 2020-126, and we will add it under new applications for review as number 11 on our agenda. Okay, very good. Is there a motion on the other consent approvals?
I move that we accept the approval, I guess, of the consent approvals excluding 2020-126.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benton. Is
I'll second
there a
that.
second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay, roll call. Mr. Linderoth,
Yes.
Scopolis. So remember to unmute yourself by pushing the space.
Yes,
bar.
yes, yes, yes.
Yes. Mr. Rogers,
Yes,
Sondorf,
Yes,
Ms. Curlin,
Yes,
and Mr. Benton,
Yes.
and Mr. Harris.
Yes,
Okay, that would be 700 for the consent minus 126. And before, if it's okay with you, Mr. Harris, before we move into the other business of the hearing, I do want to run through some virtual ground rules for the attendees so they know what to expect, and hopefully keep the agency, will help keep me in line with that too. This is a meeting of the Wetlands Board. It is being recorded. The transcript and video recording will be available for anybody who wishes to have it in the next, Zoom's been getting back to me in about 2 days' time. And That will be posted to the website and people can retrieve that information. At the time an application is called for discussion, I will promote the consultants or applicant and their team up to the panel so that they can interact with the agency members. At the time for public to participate, the public will need to raise their virtual hand, and I will unmute you and you'll be able to ask your question of the agency. Doreen will be screen sharing maps this evening. If there's any inappropriate language or content, then that person will be muted and removed from the meeting. I ask that the consultants and panelists keep your computer on mute unless you are speaking. You can quickly unmute yourself by simply pushing the space bar, and that will help us make sure the background noise stays to a minimum. And if you forget to mute yourself and I am getting background noise from you, I will mute you, and then you'll just unmute next time you not want to speak. I think that covers the course pretty much.
Okay. There we go. Very good. Let's move into the public hearing then this evening. First up is application 2020-109, 16 Limerick Place. TJ Engineering LLC for Richard C. Curtin and Naomi S. Goldberg for construction of a above ground pool
And
and
attendee,
deck 3 feet from wetlands.
the attendees for a particular application, if they can raise their hand while staff member is introducing, I'll work to pull you up to a panelist.
Okay, very good.
Okay, Bob Clossy here with the report. The documents in the file include the application materials signed by Mr. Curtin, dated August 18th. Plans, wetland mitigation plan and south management plan by the TJ Engineering LLC. That was revised October 4th. A zoning location survey by Advanced Surveying, revised September 8th. Stormwater management standards drainage exemption form prepared by TJ Engineering, dated August 17th. Soils report by Steve Danzer, PhD and Associates LLC, and that was dated May 26th. Email correspondence between staff, the applicant, and the applicant's agent from August 28th through the 16th of October. The public hearing notice, it was sent to abutting property owners on September 9th and published in the Greenwich Times, September 15th and 24th. An environmental impact assessment report prepared by Steve Danzer on October 15th, and the sort of cut sheets for the pool. This is by Radiant Pools, and that's dated July 10th, 2020. As I said at the beginning of the meeting, the applicant was provided the staff report and is aware that there are some significant issues that staff has with the proposal. I know Tessa, the engineer, is here this evening and may want to speak to this, but rather than go exhaustively through the record, I'll just try to summarize briefly. And if the agent and the applicant's agent is here to hear any other concerns the agency members may have so that they can pull everything together by the next meeting. So this is a proposal to build a 20 by 40 foot swimming pool adjacent to the deck behind the house at 16 Limerick Lane. This pool would be 12 feet from the brook that flows to the south behind the house and about 5 feet from the fringing wetlands of that brook. There was some mitigation offered. It's shown on the other plan, 4 trees and some shrubs and herbaceous plants. I would note that Recently, 3 or 4 trees were cleared from behind the house based on a report provided by the applicant that from an arborist saying the trees were hazardous. The trees were, in the area where some of the mitigation is proposed. But, we're already sort of at a 4-tree deficit, so keep that in mind. Now, this is a very tight lot. When it was developed in the late 90s, it was recognized as being a very tight lot with a pond in the front, the watercourse and wetland behind where the house is. The southeastern corner of the lot is where the septic is. So really, they've got a septic system, a driveway, a house, a deck, a little bit of lawn around the house. And at the time the house was developed, there was that boulder demarcation feature extended to the southwest of the house, south of the deck. That boulder demarcation has been removed. And as I outlined in the staff report, it seems to have been removed between 2016 and 2018 based on air photos. The current property owners purchased the house in 2012. I gave you a pair of photos one taken in 2002, one taken in 2020, showing from the same view the back of the house. 2002, you can see the boulders. 2020, you can see the lawn extends almost to the brook. So this, getting to some of the technical aspects of the application, the pool decking that are proposed to be installed total 900 square feet. The drainage exemption form states that the additional impervious coverage on the lot would be 900 square feet. Not included in this is the 180 square foot shed that appears to have been installed to the southwest of the house between 2016 and 2018. The total impervious, therefore, is more than 1,000. So without changes to this plan, we need a full drainage report that complies with all of the standards of the drainage manual. Now, the pool, as shown, is clearly within the previously established buffer. This buffer was set by the agency when the property was developed. The applicant's environmental assessment does not discuss the importance of buffers, doesn't really quantify what impact on the functions and values of the wetland and watercourse building a pool here would have. But just as we've already had 4 trees taken out recently, I would think that pushing a structural improvement closer to the wetland will in the future lead to more requests to remove what are considered to be problem trees, hazard trees, shading trees, whatever. Now, that's too bad for the pool, but it's worse for the wetland to remove the shade. You'll have thermal impacts to the watercourse. And, we're looking at this as what is the most prudent and feasible alternative if a pool is to be placed on this property. The applicant gave us 3 alternatives. The current proposal, a proposal to build a pool on the west side of the watercourse in a wooded area, or a no build, maintain the status quo option. If the current proposal were to be followed, I think there's a need for much greater mitigation. There are areas of the buffer that are currently being maintained basically as lawn. The mitigation plan that was presented is, in my opinion, inadequate for what's being proposed. And so I think there are other things that could be done. In addition, the boulder demarcation that was removed could be reinstalled, and that part of the buffer could be restored. I mean, there are a number of things that could be done. The pool could be moved to a different location. I don't think moving it to the west of the watercourse is really a great option, because in the 1999 permit, there was a special condition that said no activities are to occur to the west of the watercourse without prior review and approval of the agency. This area will be maintained in a natural state in lieu of reduced buffer considerations on the easterly portion of the lot. So there was a recognition that buffers were being squeezed on the east side in order to get the house there. Putting a pool on the west side therefore goes against that whole give and take from 1999. So there may be another place on the east side of the lot where a pool could go. Maybe a smaller pool could be proposed. I don't know. I think that's what the applicant's going to go back and work on this month. So this is an incomplete application, in my opinion. I don't think the applicant has demonstrated this is the most prudent and feasible alternative. And I would end it there. I know that the applicant would like to try to get something that the agency could approve. And that's all I have to say for this evening, unless you have any questions.
Thanks, Bob. So Bob, is this a violation also then, given that the demarcation feature has been removed and there's been clearing in the buffer?
Well, let's put it this way. We it's one of these things, we didn't discover the buffer demarcation being removed or the buffer being encroached into before the application was submitted.
Mhm.
So, you know, if there's a way to come to a resolution that corrects the buffer encroachment to the agency's satisfaction and gets the applicant what they're looking for, I think that that was the idea, just to push it forward to see if there was some way to get both of those done at once. If not, I would say, yes, this is a violation. And
Okay.
that's what my final little sentence in the staff report says. You know, enforcement is always an option here.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Someone from the applicant have their hand raised?
Yes.
Good evening. I'm not sure if hello?
Hello?
So,
Yes, Tessa?
yeah, hello?
Yes, go
Can-
ahead.
So my name is Dusty Charlton. I'm engineer for my client, Richard Curtin. So it was very extensively explained what we, I guess, want to do. So I'm not going to go into the detail. Just wanted to add that we're planning to address or we will attempt to address most of the comments and suggestions in terms of I guess buffer area reinstatement, in terms of reducing the pool size, and I guess we'll make revisions to environmental impact statement, and as well as stormwater management. So we will try to, we just didn't have enough time right now, so we just wanted to ask for the possibility to submit for the next month's meeting.
Okay.
Bob, this will
Thank
need
you.
an extension, is that correct? Our 35 days is up?
Yes, it will. No, hang on. This is, it shouldn't say first 65 days on this. It's
Right,
a
it should say
public hearing.
35, not 65.
Well, I will reach out to the applicant's agent tomorrow. I think there's a couple of days leeway. We'll get something in writing.
Can Ms. Jussier,
Yes.
can you authorize the extension because the agency is needs to vote on that?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so you're authorizing another, say 30 days will get us to the next meeting in
Yeah.
November. Okay.
Okay. Are there any agency questions, comments, thoughts at this point in the public hearing
Yeah,
process?
I have a comment.
Uh-huh.
So Tessa mentioned reinstatement of the wetland buffer, and Tessa, you may have meant this, but I would think that definitely includes also getting the demarcation feature back to where it needs
Right.
to be according to permits. Okay, great, thank you.
And Pat, this is Norma. Do you want to mention that I was there last Friday?
Thank you,
Mentioned.
Norma. Okay, is there any public comment at this point?
I don't see any hands raised at the moment.
Okay.
People,
Um,
if anybody wishes to speak to this, please hit your virtual hand.
Okay,
Not seeing anything.
Okay, could I just make one comment?
please,
Uh,
Mr.
On
Bennett.
on the plan, it says the stone big boulders are a retaining wall. Isn't that the buffer demarcation that runs all the way around the property?
That's on one side, but there was on another side, I guess, the same thing.
Mr. Benton, the line of stone shown there, they're boulders set at grade. There's no real retaining wall there.
Okay, might
Right,
just
but-
be a typo on the plan.
Well, I think the plan should point out that is buffer demarcation,
Right.
not a retaining wall, because that's a bit misleading.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
I think as pointed out in the staff report, as part of the 1999 permit, a declaration of wetlands was filed on the land records. And that was filed before the current property owners purchased the property. And in process of title searching, these things are found, and they're available for the new owner to see. They get the application number, they can review what the conditions of development were. So and their surveyor right now, I guess, didn't realize what that was. He just identified what the things were, the rocks. But it was available for them to know.
Okay. So we should make that, the
Fair.
applicant make that correction on the plan then.
Bob, you also mentioned that one of the feasible and prudent alternatives was no pool.
Yes, I did.
Mhm. Yep. Yeah, I'll have to say, I'll have to be honest with the applicant and say, I think that it's going to be a pretty steep hill to climb on this. I've been with the agency for a long time, and we are rarely, if ever, go back on revising demarcation and buffer features or a pool or other types of things when it's very, clearly not a necessity, and it was areas that was set aside. So, I look forward to what you're going to come back with next month. But as it stands now, I'm not all that hopeful that this is something that I could approve with a pool on that side of the house. But waits to be seen and what other information you bring.
Just one thing I wanted to mention, that this pool is going to be on the deck, so it's basically halfway above ground. And so there will be no traffic from the pool, let's say, to the adjacent area, which will be, I guess, buffer reinstated, and will have some sort of planting and vegetation. So just like we're obviously thinking of decreasing the size also. So, but so far right now, the conversations are that, the pool probably will remain on the deck and will be above ground.
Okay.
Just in one location, maybe the deep end will have to have some sort of like excavation, but there will be no traffic.
Okay, well,
from-
you'll have to tell us how permanently covering, even though it's hovering in the air, how completely shading that much of the buffer is beneficial to the wetland as part of your analysis.
Mhm. Yes, exactly. So that will be done by the wetland scientist. So he's planning to revise his report.
Any other agency thoughts, comments at this time for the applicant? No? Okay, well, we will hold it open, assuming we have that additional 35 days. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So moving along, next we have 2020-119, 42 Dublin Hill Drive, Parcel B, Rocco v. DeAndrea, Inc. for LMB Dublin Hill LLC for construction of a single-family residence, driveway, pool, retaining walls, septic system, and drainage within wetlands.
If the applicant's team can raise their hands, I can find you easier. Thank you.
Okay, and I would ask if Doreen is able to, without going nuts, to change the plan that's on there. That's like the low impact development plan or something. It just, you could put up the grading plan or the utilities plan, please. Okay, reading down the documents in the file, we have the application signed by the applicant's agent, Tony DeAndrea of Rocco v. DeAndrea Incorporated, dated September 8th. The plan set, also produced by Rocco v. DeAndrea Inc., certified by Mr. DeAndrea, dated September 4th. The drainage summary report is also by DeAndrea Incorporated, dated September 4th. And operations and maintenance plan report, that's actually dated June 25th. A wetland and watercourse assessment prepared by William Kenny Associates and certified by Bill Kenny and Carolyn Matthews of that firm. This is dated September 14th. Plan entitled IWWA Permit Application Wetland and Buffer Habitat Plan, prepared by Kenny Associates, dated September 14th. Email correspondence between staff and the applicant's agent on October 1st. The public hearing notice dated October 9th. This was sent to the abutters on the 9th and printed in the Greenwich time. I get the same dates that the other one was. I don't have it on me. DPW site development review comments prepared by Scott Marucci, DPW's senior civil engineer, dated October 10th. And I would also include in this record, the record from application 2019-153, which the agency considered at some length last year and early this year. In addition, today we received a letter from a neighbor, Glenn Ross, at 39 White Birch Lane. This letter was forwarded to the agency members this morning. Let's see. So, the agency is pretty familiar with this property, I believe. The applicant is back, wanting to develop the lot with the single family residence, detached garage, pool, driveway with a wetland crossing, drainage and septic systems. I'd remind the agency that in working through the last application, it had to be denied at the end of the statutory review limit. It was denied without prejudice. So taking the alternatives that were presented in the last application, and the rest of that record is a starting point. The applicant has come back with this plan. It's been revised. The pool has been relocated, or the pool and the patio have been relocated to the east, which is the bottom of the plan you're looking at. So away from the wetland offsite. The grading around the pool has been pulled tighter to the pool, so it's further from the wetland to the north and the wetland to the south. And some additional drainage was added to meet the DPW requirement to pick up the runoff from the pool patio and the pool area. The DPW has reviewed this plan and they have found it to be compliant with the town's drainage standards. So that is done. This drainage system will reduce or maintain peak rates of runoff to all points of concern at or below current levels through the 100-year storm. I would also note that in the last year's record of the last application, there was pretty extensive discussion of the wetland crossing, and the issues regarding that crossing and the associated drainage of the pervious driveway entrance to the south, the direct impacts on the wetland. There was actually a little bit of wetland creation that will come out of this. The agency seemed to be satisfied with the state of that design aspect of this project. So as itemized in the staff report, there were 6 main reasons listed in the denial of the prior application. And the applicant has attempted to address each of these. Yeah, sorry for the phone. The section 8.6 of the regulations says that applications deemed incomplete by the agency shall be denied. This application was deemed incomplete because it was missing a couple of bullet points from the regulations, and the applicant has addressed these with a phasing plan that is shown on the sedimentation and erosion control plan sheet. And also the tree protection has been improved with the use of double silt fence at the perimeter of the construction envelope. And tree protection called out for all trees to be retained within the construction envelope. Now, number 2, the questions about the impact that developing this upland area would have on the critical terrestrial habitat for vernal pool species of an off-site vernal pool to the west. Let's see, and the agency was particularly concerned about the amount of upland that was being disturbed between these 2 wetland corridors, and the fact that even through that whole review process, the applicant only reduced the disturbance amount by about 10%. So I would point out that the original plan submitted, and I gave you an 11/17 copy, would have utilized about 75% of this upland area, and structures would have been 35 feet from wetlands, and grading would have been less than 25 feet. The current plan reduces this upland utilization to about 50%, and there are greater structural and grading separation distances between those activities and the wetland. Let's see, alternatives that were presented and then withdrawn included, last time included taking the northern 3/4 of an acre and putting it into some sort of conservation restriction. and also bringing the driveway in from the lot to the east, thereby avoiding the wetland crossing. These were withdrawn by the applicant for several reasons, and the reasons are discussed in the new wetland and watercourse assessment report under feasible and prudent alternative analysis. There is a question here in the staff report, and I know Mr. Kenny's in the audience. Maybe he wants to address any of these points that are seem to be a little bit lingering. Here's another point that's a little bit lingering. The plan still shows about 70 canopy trees to be removed to affect this development. The current mitigation planting plan shows 30 understory trees will be planted. The applicant, I think, needs to explain how this mitigation compensates or mitigates for the canopy loss, and you know, that seems to be a little bit outstanding as well. The fifth reason, let's see. Oh, this was a reason at the very last public hearing session, a plan very similar to the one before you tonight was presented. The agency felt that they didn't have enough time to review it, and then any sort of lingering questions that they had, or suggestions or requirements, basically couldn't be incorporated very effectively into conditions of approval. So that was another reason for the denial. Those changes are reflected in this plan, so you have had some chance to review this at this point. Let's see, finally, the section 10.3 of the regulations requiring the agency to make a finding that no prudent and feasible alternative exists. The agency felt that alternatives could have been submitted to reduce consumption of the buffer. And I think the applicant has revised their plan to try to address this. It's really you know, up to the applicant to make their case, and they're here tonight to do that. I have prepared conditions of approval in the event the agency wants to move forward with this. After hearing the applicant's response to some of these seemingly lingering open issues. The letter from Mr. Ross, I went through it. He makes a couple of comments here that are not really wetland related. He does mention the vast, well, the extent of clearing that was done on the lots to the east that are currently under development. So I think that he's concerned that this is just going to be another construction project and tree clearing operation near his property. And he does say, talking about expansion of project into the wetlands. The only direct impact to the wetlands on this proposal is the wetland crossing. The applicant states that this is the only feasible way into the property now that the neighboring property to the east has been, I guess, is no longer available for use for the alternative crossing. So I guess those are the 2 points that I thought were relevant in Mr. Ross's letter. But that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Bob. Is there someone from the applicant that wishes to speak tonight?
Good evening. I'm Bill Kenny, the principal of William Kenny Associates in Fairfield. I'm a professional wetland scientist, soil scientist, and landscape architect. Thank you, Bob, for your staff report and your comments this evening, and I'm in agreement with, I think, pretty much all of the items that you indicated. This project has a long history, I think, or I know it started when we first started this project. We were meeting in person pre-COVID, so things have changed quite a bit in that time. And so has this plan, and it's really come a long way. And I believe it's addressed all the comments that you've raised over time, and substantially addressed those. And Bob did a nice job of going through the 6 reasons for denial. And it just maybe in summary, I know at this point there's only 25% of the property will be developed, so about 75% will be naturalized over time, either be completely untouched or temporarily disturbed and then replanted. So 75% will be green at the end of this. The buffers have expanded significantly since the plan that you denied this summer, particularly west of the pool, which is at the top of your page, and east of the pool. So by changing the shape of the pool and the patio, pulling it closer to the house, turning it 90 degrees, the buffer width from the pool to the west or north is now at 100 feet, which is 20 feet more than what it had been. And then the buffer width to the right or to the north is at 75 feet in width now, once some of the temporary disturbances restored and replanted. So that's a 15-foot increase in width in that area. And then another area where the buffer increased quite a bit is south of the garage. The detached garage that is southeast of the house is the buffer expanded quite a bit in that area there. It more than 40 feet in width. A lot of that area between the garage and the wetland to the left was proposed to be disturbed, and now that's proposed to remain undisturbed. So a lot of good improvements, substantial reduction in developed area, increase in protected area, increase in buffer areas. I think Bob mentioned one thing with regard to the canopy trees. When most of the properties you see are redevelopment of already existing developed areas. And so the tree loss is not as high, not as dense. But when you have a project like this and you're going into a forested area, it's unavoidable to have a higher density, a higher quantity of tree removal. And it's difficult. I would say it's really not possible to put back at a 1-to-1 percentage or ratio, I should say, of the trees because you've eliminated that forested area. And now you have a developed area. You have a house, you have a driveway, you have a septic area, the pool, whatever. But so we do have 30 trees around the perimeter. If you, Doreen, is it possible to put on the screen the wetland and buffer planting plan? Thank you. So we have 30 trees. We're pleased to change them to canopy trees if you'd like. The rationale for the understory trees is to, when you have the canopy trees that are very tall and their lower limbs are missing, one objective of replanting along this edge, this newly exposed edge, is to get lots of branching and growth at the lower levels to block sunlight from getting into the forest. So this is a stepped up proposal where Closer to development, you use the understory trees, which grow 20, 30, 40 feet tall. And then they are adjacent to the canopy trees that over time grow 70, 80, 100 feet tall. But again, if it's, I think we'd be pleased to change those to canopy trees if that is something that you think is warranted. So in summary, I think that as Bob went through those 6 points, that we have very well addressed the reasons for your denial earlier this summer. This plan is a good plan. It's a substantial amount of protection of the site, and the development has been restricted and constricted substantially. And be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kenny. Any questions for Mr. Kenny on the plan? Or Bob, could you comment on Bill's supposition of the lower trees as being kind of a shading strategy for the exposed understory of the canopy trees?
I completely agree with him in the sense that you do want to have that understory to provide the shade and keep the light out of the interior of the forest and reduce the possibility, the conditions that are conducive to invasives coming in. Maybe a middle ground though would be if there are spots along the edge there or elsewhere on the property where there's a gap in the canopy, put a couple canopy trees in that where they will fit and benefit that edge or the forest in general.
Okay. Thank you. Other agency questions or comments?
Yeah, in addition to that, hold on.
Yep, you just
I think
muted
that's
yourself.
I think, Bob, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, you can kind of see a couple areas where I think a larger canopy tree could really complement the understory trees that are going in. I'd like to draw a little attention to the this bridge area that has the shrubs bordering it on either side, though. I think that those are really low to the ground, and it's basically crossing the wetland. So the shade, I don't know. I could see putting something taller there. Is there a reason that shrubs were picked specifically? I'm sure there is. Mr. Kenny, could you elaborate on that?
It is a narrow area, and because it runs north to south, I think the shade, because the edge effect is running north to south, the potential for sunlight getting into those adjoining areas is less because of the orientation of the driveway. But we'd be pleased to put a couple trees either side of that in the wetland area.
Yeah, if in your professional opinion that could benefit the wetland, then I would think that would be a good idea.
Bill, would canopy trees help or hinder anything sort of going on underneath the bridge, which is already going to be fairly deeply shaded?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it is going to be what it is. I don't think the trees will cast more shade, but I think it's just going to be shady. So.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
We ask about the 3/4 of an acre that's on the north side that was at one point going to be protected and now seems to have dropped off.
Yes, with the current plan, and previously there was a proposal for a walking path up to perhaps a gazebo-like structure, some passive minimal structure to enjoy the environment. And the easement or deed was offered within that context, and now without that activity proposed, that is without that activity and with all the other improvements that have been made, it's our opinion that the easement or deed restriction is not warranted with this proposal.
Okay.
Can you clarify a little bit more for me the vernal pool protections, or at least the analysis I read about the buffers and why those are adequate given what we've learned about the vernal pool buffer necessity?
Sure. So with vernal pool protection, there's two things that are focused on. One is protecting physically the pool from impacts primarily from water quality and sunlight. And so they talk about a buffer that's called the vernal pool envelope, an area that extends about 100 feet from the pool. That's a guideline number that's accepted in the industry. And so if you have, I want to make sure I get the percentages correctly, but if you have at least 75% of that area protected, then you're doing a good job of ensuring that you're going to protect the vernal pool from water quality impacts and sunlight. And our project is more than 100 feet from the pool. The pool is north of the site on the property owned by the Stanwich School, or I'm sorry, currently the Greenwich Country Day School, their Stanwich campus. And then the next zone is what's considered the critical terrestrial habitat. And that's area that extends beyond that 100 feet up to 750 feet is could be further in other areas, but that's the accepted number that's used for land use planning. And you want to be able to protect at least 50% of the forested cover within that area. And so we do fall within that zone, and this project will not result in that threshold being exceeded. I know we have it in our report. I could look it up for you. I haven't looked at it recently, so I don't remember it off the top of my head. But I know that we don't exceed that threshold. And we're also downstream from that pool, so that's a good thing. So if there were ever any issues with stormwater runoff from our property property does not drain to that pool at all. We're more than 100 feet away and we're downstream.
Bill, just for clarity, you're not going over the 50%. Are you speaking to your parcel in particular, this parcel's critical terrestrial habitat less than 50% is being consumed by this project, or are you speaking of the entire critical terrestrial habitat for the pool is still is under 50%, even with your project?
That's correct. We looked at aerial photos for the entire 750 feet from that pool.
So it's of the 750.
Yes, 100 to 750 in that zone.
Bill, do you have an estimate of just on this property, that the amount of this property that's within 750 feet of the vernal pool, and of that, the percentage that's going to be within the development envelope?
I have to pull up some files. I believe I have that. Not at my fingertips, not right now. But.
Is there public questions or comments? Anyone have their hand raised? Pat?
Not yet. Any member of the public, please raise your hand if you wish to speak. I'm not seeing any.
Okay, very good. Okay, well, let me get a sense of the agency if they feel that they have, at this point, adequate information to make a decision good or bad on this proposal. Pat, you want to just sort of do a semi-roll to see if where people land?
Yeah. Peter?
You know what? I'm sorry. I'm still kind of mulling over that last question that we asked. And I know Mr. Kenny didn't have it at his fingertips. Is that implying that we wouldn't be getting it this evening?
I know that the current threshold's at 54% undeveloped. There's other improvements that are closer to that pool than what we're proposing. And I'm just,
You mean as a result of the Stanwich site improvements, or?
yes, that is definitely, they're on site.
But what's the relevance of that to whatever is going on with this project? I mean, that.
It is something that was approved by the board 8 or so years ago. It's upstream. It's a sewage treatment plant. So it was something that was very closely studied by the board and determined to be acceptable.
So I'm not following you. So currently 54% of the critical habitat is undeveloped. Is that
That's
is
correct.
that what you're saying?
Yes.
And so post this development, where's that 54%?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's at 54 with this development.
Okay. And then without this development, that's the number that you're looking for?
Or I was going to look for a map that showed how it lays out. I believe I could email this to Doreen right now if she'd like this. I thought it was.
How about
I mean, is
I'll
it part of the
just,
record?
I think it's part of the record. I believe we submitted it. It's an 8.5 by 11. The title of the drawing is called Land Cover Map.
Okay, well, let's make sure we have it in the record. So it's something that we can use in our deliberations going forward.
Bill, I'm going to make you a co-host for the moment so you can screen share.
Thank you. So this is 42 Dublin Hill Road is located right here. The Vernal Pool is here. This is the limit of the Vernal Pool envelope, approximately 100 feet from the pool. It's entirely within the Greenwich Country Day School campus, and it's undeveloped 100%. And then this is the 750-foot critical terrestrial habitat. And the green shows you area that's undeveloped, and the white is land that is developed within that. So it's some properties along Stanwich Road on the west, it's some properties along White Birch Lane on the east, and 3 properties on Dublin Hill Road to the south. When this map that I have up right now was developed, the pool was shown with the layout that was denied. So the area of green has on 42 Dublin Hill Road, that has increased slightly. So that amount of undeveloped forest maybe has gone up slightly.
And that also implies that a conservation restriction on the northern part of this property would be a major benefit to maintaining the vernal pool, wouldn't it?
You have control over that area with your current regulations.
Well, not expressly, because we don't regulate the 750 feet traditionally. So if somebody were going to go put something over there and it wasn't going to be in the normal upland review area of,
Right. So,
we might not in fact have jurisdiction.
right. So because there's wetlands to the west and south of that, there is this small area that is outside the 100-foot regulated upland review area. So at least for this property, to do anything there, you need to go through a regulated area and obtain your approval.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, you can, the issue that the agency ends up facing, decades after decades that this house will be around, changing needs and desires. And so the agency is being asked to permanently commit a chunk of upland review area to develop a piece of this parcel, and saying, well, everything over here isn't being developed, so we're good. And then, as we've seen even earlier this evening, 20 or 30 years later, the conversation comes back to that area.
Mhm.
Well, I think the other point about the vernal pool is I haven't read or seen anything from the applicant about, I see from this chart you put up that obviously there's other encroachments within the 750 foot, which was always been aspirational when we've looked at vernal pools before. But what I don't really hear or see is, what is the impact of the encroachment of the buffer because of this particular project? In other words, is there some obstacle to the obligate species migrations, or whatever is there any more detail that we can consider with regard to this impact as opposed to the other encroachments or existing developments?
Well, you touched upon so generally there's two things you look at is the movement corridors and the area of development or area of undeveloped area, which is the habitat when they're not breeding. So we've maintained the criteria for protecting a certain amount of undeveloped upland habitat. And then with regard to obstructing movement or not, there is, this design will allow, and if there is some movement, often it's along stream corridors and things like that. So this development does allow for movement along the driveway, and they would have to cross this road either way, with or without this development. So we do allow along the driveway or under the driveway for that movement to continue to occur, or through the back of the property, where it does then align up with protected land, conservation easement land that was protected as part of the subdivision immediately southeast of the property. So I think there's a good effort made to maintain, and does maintain, the connection to open space in this area and to conservation easement land in this area.
Bill, where's the pool fence intended to go? I should know this, but I don't recall.
That's a good question. I think that with this design, it's going to end up being tight to the pool with the walls that are proposed and with this development of this site. I'm
Okay.
not sure if it's shown on, it's not shown on our planting plan. I'm not sure if it's shown on the Tony's drawing.
Okay, so I think it would, given that this is within the 750-foot critical terrestrial habitat, I think it's important that that pool fence be closer to the pool, not one of these that fences the entire property, because we definitely need to, the pool fence has to have, closure with the ground. And
Sure.
it would also be important to ensure, so I'm not quite sure, looking at the grades, how attractive this would be as a false vernal pool, but to keep amphibians from wrongfully heading towards the pool and to be sure that their travel corridor and movement within their upland habitat is unimpeded by a pool fence.
And I agree with that. And I think a condition of approval to that effect that includes some sort of a statement that the design of the pool fence will incorporate, exclusion measures. So maybe a more dense mesh at the bottom or something, because some of these pool fences are, 3 inches, that's isn't going to stop a salamander.
Not a problem.
Peter, was your question answered?
Yeah, I think it was. Thank you. And thank you for
Okay.
pulling that up and sharing it with us.
Do either of the staff, Pat, Bob, do you think we need to have any more analysis on the corridor issue in particular? I mean, aside from the pool fence? Or a counter expert, or are you satisfied that based on the pure percentages, this particular project isn't going to be impactful in a negative way to the vernal pool?
I'm satisfied.
Very good. I guess if Mr. Kenny, if you could just update that, I know it's a small change, but if you could update and submit for record that 750-foot zone map with the latest, with the proposed plan as opposed to the previous plan, so that can be considered as part of the record of this application.
Not a problem.
Okay. So let me get my question is get a sense of the agency if we feel that we have enough information at this point, given including the updated map. Do we have enough information to close the public hearing at this point?
Peter?
Yes.
Stefan?
Yes.
Jay?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Norma?
No, I really want to have more details regarding what, if anything, could protect the area that was previously going to be a conservation easement.
Elliot?
Okay.
I'm with Norma.
So I think the record is explicit that the agency has a level of discomfort with the future of the north part of the land north of the wetland, of the northern wetland, and that the applicant is not offering a conservation restriction.
Okay. Very good. So I guess with that, I think my recommendation would be to keep the public hearing open. Give the applicant time to to provide the additional information and to further consider whether or not a conservation easement is something that they want to propose as part of a way of more permanently protecting the critical upland habitat for the vernal pool.
So I just want to be clear what's expected of the applicant. You're looking to have the maps updated, the land cover map, as well as adding the pool fence to the map and making changes relative to adding shade trees
Mhm.
in addition to the existing plantings where after a review of the site.
And to the extent we're keeping this open, I'd like to see some explicit written representations about the corridors not being impeded as a result of this particular development.
Okay.
I keep looking at this thing and I keep wondering if the pool can be pulled closer to the dwelling. That is further to the east, west? West.
Closer to the house.
The house, yes. That'll work.
Well, you can think about that as well. Let me just.
Okay. Okay, very good.
Okay.
Any other agency comments? No, very good. So this shall remain open till next month. Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's an attendee with their hand up.
Okay,
Let's
you
see.
can let's get that in
It's
the record.
Doran, he is Doran Sabag, he's the property owner. Doran, you have been promoted to the panelist and you can unmute yourself.
Actually, surprise, it's not Doran, it's Jim. Logged into Doran's computer. So I just wanted to address the conservation easement discussion that we're having. I figured I should weigh in on that. You know, one of the points that was made on the earlier application tonight where there was an encroachment into the buffer zone, and that was the kind of example you gave of the agency coming back years later and having to deal with that. There's no way to develop anything in that northern corridor that is outside the buffer zone without getting through, for construction materials or anything, through the two buffer zones and the wetland. We also felt that, you know, with the rest of this project, the other parcels here, we've given away to conservation easement and nearly 25% of the original acreage there. So there's a significant portion of this original 24-acre family homestead that has been given to conservation. This is the only lot that has wetlands actually on the property, and we felt that that there was enough set-aside space on this parcel without having to go the next step and grant conservation area as well. So between the wetlands and the buffer zones on this, you know, number 42, it seems like there is sufficient set-aside space that everyone should be comfortable that it is not going to be overdeveloped. I just wanted to throw that into the mix this evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sabag.
Nope, no.
Good enough.
Very good. Okay, duly noted. Very good. So this will remain open until next month, and then we'll see where we get at that point. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay. Moving on to 2020-121, 90 Harding Road, Town of Greenwich, for demolition and reconstruction of Eastern Civic Center, 4 feet from wetlands.
All right, Bob Clossy with the documents in the record, the completed application with all of the supporting documentation signed by Alan Manelli, Superintendent of the Department of Public Works. That's dated September 14th. Plan set Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, prepared by TSKP Studio and Malone and McBroom Incorporated. A number of sheets, all of which are dated September 18th. A plan entitled Topographic Property Topographic Survey, Town of Greenwich, Harding Road. 2 sheets prepared by Malone and McBroom dated July 10th, 2015. Soils report by William Root, soil scientist of Malone and McBroom, dated August 14th, 2015. Stormwater management report by Malone and McBroom dated September 23rd of this year. BPW site review development comments prepared by Scott Marucci, DPW senior civil engineer, dated September 29th. We notified the town clerk of the city of Stamford on September 30th. Public hearing notice was published in the Greenwich Time on October 13th and the 20th. And the notice of the public hearing was sent to the abutters of 90 Harding Road on October 9th. Let's see. So Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, the DPW would like to replace the building. The driveway and parking lot to the south and east of the building will be modified as shown on the plan currently being shared. The drop-off loop in front of the building will not be changed much. Let's see, the parking lot across the street will be renovated. There will be stormwater management facilities added to the site, which do not currently exist. Areas of pervious pavement, 3 rain garden bioretention areas, 1 for the parking lot to the west of Harding Road and 2 to the south of the Civic Center building. Now, of all of these activities, the only activities within the upland review area of the on and off-site wetlands are the southern driveway parking lot and the 2 southern bioretention basins. The southeastern basin is about, shown on the plan, about 5 feet from the edge of the wetland, which is in this area basically a lawn. The application is being considered tonight as a public hearing because we felt it was a matter of public interest, not a significant impact activity. There are no direct wetland impacts in the sense of anything being built or proposed in wetlands. The agency is not bound by the requirements of section 10.3 of the regulations, meaning the applicant's not required to show that this is the most prudent and feasible alternative. This is a very, very level lot. The building is going to be placed where the existing building is, in basically same place, pretty well removed from the wetlands and the watercourses. Erosion controls that are being proposed on the plans should be adequate to protect those resources during site work. The director met in several meetings prior to the submission of the application with representatives of the DPW and the Parks Department, and gave her guidance to them as to how to keep things tight enough so that this would be least impactful. I highlight in the staff report a couple of the plans that are most relevant for your consideration. The removals plan shows that only 3 trees will be removed from the upland review area of the on-site wetland in the southeast corner of the property. There will be about 10 more trees to the southwest of the building that are within the upland review area of the off-site watercourse on the Metro North property. I've talked to the tree warden about the bioretention basins, particularly the southeastern one, and he agreed that the grading shown for that basin It's probably a little too close to some of the trees that are slated to remain. And he recommends that none of the grading be closer than 15 feet from those 6 trees. So there will be a slight reconfiguration of the outlines of that basin, but in general, the volume of that it can take and everything can be maintained. The landscaping plan shows that the 5 new trees and a number of shrubs will be planted in the upland review area once construction is complete. And I made a couple of other comments here. If applicant can consider these, I think they're not really that major. The grading and utility plan shows that all 3 bioretention basins are going to be under drained. I picked this up when I first looked at the plans, and so did our engineering reviewer, Mr. Marucci. He felt that test holes have to be performed. We would rather not see bioretention basins under drained if the soils are suitable for infiltration. Let's see, erosion control plan shows the perimeter controls, which seem to be adequate for this type of a project. The only thing is this will be a fairly long duration project, up to 2 years. So the monitoring and maintenance of all erosion controls is very important, and I've provided conditions of approval that sort of obligate the contractor to do the things that need to be done to make sure these controls are maintained. Let's see, this is one of those kind of an unusual site, and then that they've got a lot of room for construction staging, because they're going to be able to use the big parking lot on the west side of Harding Road during the work on the Civic Center building. There was a revision to the planting plan. I sent that in your packets. Trees, as shown on this plan, have been added to the parking lot, which was a recommendation the director made. And let's see, and as I said, there are no stormwater management features on the property at the moment. So the bioretention basins, the porous pavement areas, this is all going to be a benefit to water quality leaving the site in the future. I have provided conditions of approval if the agency decides to close the hearing and move forward on this tonight.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Would someone from the applicant like to speak?
Good evening. I'm Alan Manelli, Superintendent, DPW. Thank you, Bob, for giving that report. This project is a balancing act. Like the building, if you've been by there, it looks like there's a lot of room to work, and there's really not when you're trying to balance zoning regulations, the town's stormwater regulations, parking requirements, and then try to save as many trees as you possibly can. We've worked very hard with TSKP, the architect of record, and their civil engineer, Malone McBroom. There's something like 60 trees that are on the build site. And at one point, 50% was going, which I felt was not an agreeable solution. And we worked very hard tweaking this plan to where we're down to 18 trees now. And of those 18 trees, 7 of them are small caliber or dead. And like Bob said, I was out with the tree warden several times walking the site and going through taking a tree inventory and going through the status of every tree. We have gone to, we made a preliminary pitch to planning and zoning and ARC in the beginning of the month. And this plan that's up here right now is taking some of the comments and applying them to the plan. Besides the trees in the parking lot that Bob pointed out on the islands, we're adding some additional trees on the west side property line. And then if you look down to the southwest property line, there's a biodetention basin there, and we're adding trees along the properties right away. We also have a comment about site security for children. And the new plans show a split rail fence along our southern border separating our property from the state of Connecticut railroad property.
Okay. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Manelli on this application? I have a couple questions. One is, I'm assuming that this site was originally built on quite a bit of fill. Is there going to be need for soil testing? Is that part of the plan as
Soil
part of
means
this?
environmental soil testing.
Correct. Yeah.
That was already completed and the bill site was found to be negative.
Okay.
Phase 1 and phase 2 were completed.
Okay. Very good. And then with regards to the building design, and I guess this is also just a question with general question with water table, which I believe is fairly high in this area. But is there a significant foundation or a lower level as part of the design, and will it require constant dewatering, or what is the
Well,
what would the potential impacts be for that if that is indeed part of the design or not?
a lot of people don't realize that the existing building has a foundation, has a basement, a 9-foot basement, and it doesn't bring in water. It's very dry. But the new building is not going to have a lower level. It's going to be a slab on grade, and it's going to actually be slightly elevated.
Oh, okay. So you're abandoning the previous basement. It's just gonna be filled,
Yes.
or?
Yes, it'll be infilled.
And so the mechanicals will go on the roof, I'm assuming, or?
Actually, the mechanicals are going to be, they're going to be on equipment mezzanines within the building, and there's a courtyard for the compressors and such, and cooling towers.
Okay, very good. Okay, well, those were my questions. Does rest of the agency have any questions on this? No? Let's open it up to public questions or comments. Pat, does anyone have their hands raised?
Not yet. Oh, and the record should reflect that Ms. Curlin was at the site relative to this project. Don't know if there's anybody else who went and checked it out. So I have no attendees signaling they wish to comment.
Okay, very good. Let's take a sense of the agency and see if people feel that they have enough information to close the hearing at this point.
Okay, Mr. Rogers? You'll have to unmute yourself, remember, spacebar.
I believe there is.
You're good. Ms. Curlin?
I have enough information.
Mr. Benton?
I'm fine, thank you.
Mr. Harris?
I have sufficient information. Thank you.
Mr. Schofilis?
Yes.
Mr. Schondorf?
Yes.
And Mr. Linderoth?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good. My next question is, does the agency feel that they can make a decision this evening? And if so, would someone like to make a motion?
Well, first I'd make a motion to close the hearing.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay,
Who was that?
I second it.
Thank you, Stefan. Okay, running through. Mr. Linderoth to close?
Yes.
Mr. Benton?
Yes.
Mr. Schofilis?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
yes.
Mr. Schondorf?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Ms. Curlin?
Yes.
And I think that's everybody.
Very good. Okay. Now, would someone like to make a motion on this application if they feel comfortable doing so?
I'll make a motion to approve the application, Elliot Benton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benton. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Jay.
Peter beat you. Okay,
Peter got in there.
to approve with the regular conditions and the special conditions provided by staff?
Yes, that special conditions include your discussion of the under draining and of rather not having the bioretention basins under drained.
Bob, was that a condition or do we need to add that in?
No, I'm pretty sure it is, but let me double check. Yeah, special condition 1, under drain shall be eliminated from any of the basins where soil conditions are suitable, blah, blah, blah. Yes, it's in there.
Okay, very good. So we have any further discussion? Okay, would you like to call the roll, Ms. Sesto?
Mr. Scoffless,
Yes, in favor.
Mr. Benton,
Yes.
Mr. Harris,
Yes.
Ms. Curlin,
Yes.
Mr. Linderoth,
Yes.
Mr. Shundorf,
yes,
and Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Okay, passed 700.
Very great.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
You too.
Okay, moving right along. Next is 2020-125 Sound Beach Avenue Bridge, Town of Greenwich, for replacement of bridge over Ladden's Brook, occasionally troubled waters, and intersection improvements.
All right. Along with replacing this bridge, there will be some adjustments in the roadway approaches to the bridge. The bridge was built almost 100 years ago, and DPW is
Bob, did you read the documents into the record?
Oh, yes, yep, got it. Had it folded and then I folded it back. The application was submitted by James Michael, our Deputy Commissioner of Public Works, dated on September 22nd. There is a plan set, replacement of bridge number 03954, prepared by Weston and Sampson. The plans are generally dated August 2020, although there have been some updated plans that are noted in the document list. Stormwater Management Standard Drainage Exemption Form prepared by Town of Greenwich Public Works dated September 22nd. There was there's also a supplement to this submitted recently. So that exemption form is complete. A soils report prepared by Soil Science and Environmental Services Incorporated, certified by soil scientists Martina Castano and Donald Fortunato, from January 2015. It was revised February 2015. The public hearing notice was published in the Greenwich Time, October 13th and 20th. The notice was sent to the abutters on October 9th. We have email correspondence between staff, the applicant's agent, and other town staff between the 1st and 19th of this month. And Weston and Sampson prepared a notice to contractors regarding environmental compliance and cleanup, which is date stamped received on October 19th. So we have an old bridge. The superstructure is in poor condition, and the foundation and channel around the bridge are eroding. The new bridge will have a somewhat wider and longer span than the existing bridge. And very importantly, there's a center pier that supports the existing bridge. The new bridge will not have any sort of obstruction in the channel like a pier. That pier is coming out. The bridge will be about 3 feet higher than the current minimum bridge elevation in order to get the roadway up out of the 100-year flood elevation. There will be some, as I said, a little bit of grading and geometry change of the approaches 75 feet either side of the bridge. I've listed the plans that are most relevant for the agency to review. Let's see, the roadway plan and profile show that there will be some limited areas of wetland soil near the ends of the bridge that will be filled with structural elements of the new bridge and riprap as part of this project. Now, as I said, a benefit will be the removal of the central pier, and the flow pattern under the bridge will be greatly improved by these changes, and notably sediment that is now trapped upstream and under the bridge and immediately downstream of the bridge will move into sediment traps that were installed as part of the pond dredging project at Binney Park. I mean, sediment's going to move. It's just if it's in a place where you can get it out of, it's better than having it stuck everywhere all along the stream, as it is in this stretch of the stream right now. The plan and profile sheet shows some drainage structures that are going to be installed in Sound Beach Avenue as part of the project, a couple of catch basins with pipes. That's actually on the plan being shared. Let's see, I guess this is maybe not the same plan, but you'll note the centerline road profile on this plan has an exaggerated vertical scale. So it makes it look like the bridge is going to have a huge hump on it. It's really not going to be that much of a difference from what it is now at the roadway level. The water handling plan has been revised, and they now show the cofferdam sandbags that they're going to be putting up for the first phase of the bridge demolition, basically, will extend around this big sediment island that is upstream and downstream of the existing bridge. This is a large part of the quote unquote wetland impact that this project will have. This is sediment that is technically wetland, but it's going to be open channel when the project is done. So it's not a wetland impact like you might usually see a wetland impact where there's a wetland and then all of a sudden there's nothing wetland or watercourse related left. I made a couple comments about protecting wetland soil areas as machinery moves to get this sediment out of the channel. The detail sheet DET-1 shows that construction staging is going to be done at the corner of Sound Beach Avenue and Harding Road that's northeast of the bridge. This is about 5,500 square feet in size. There are a couple of trees and a clump of shrubs in this area. The tree warden wants these protected and retained and preserved, and the DPW consultant says that their plans will accomplish this, but they're also going to be monitoring the trees going forward, and if there's any decline, death, they will be replaced. There's also, let me finish this up. Most of this corner is actually wetland. It's dry land, but it's wetland. And I therefore would recommend that geotextile or some other measure be placed on the soil surface so that riprap and gravel for the tracking pad and doesn't get ground into basically filling the wetland over the course of machinery moving in and out, materials being moved in and out, soil being stockpiled, compressing and moving into the wetland soil there. And finally, the planting plan LDS-1. There will be trees, shrubs, and herbaceous species planted in the staging area at the conclusion of the project. There are two groupings of shrubs that are proposed right along the brook. This brook bank is eroding, and so the shrubs will help to stabilize that edge. Let's see. But, you know, the applicant might want to consider additional stabilization measures because this is an area that actually generates sediment that's going to end up in Binney Park. So something else could be done there. Let's see. Finally, like the Civic Center, we need a pre-construction meeting so that staff can meet the contractor, can meet the individual designated responsible for site controls like silt fencing, and that they keep an erosion and sedimentation control inspection log that staff can review, and that E&S checks are done before significant weather events, not after significant events. So rainfall amounts that the National Weather Service deems major, everything has to be checked before those. So these comments are all included in conditions of approval if the agency wishes to move forward with this matter tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Anyone from the town like to take this up?
Yeah, Michael is with us this evening, Deputy Commissioner for DPW.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a fairly basic bridge replacement, and that's pretty much the extent of the work. There are some utilities that we have to work within the bridge, and also making some improvements for long-term vulnerability of this to meet sea level rise and so forth. So that's the bulk of the project. We've read the staff report, don't have any problems with anything that's within that. So open it up to questions at this point.
Okay, thank you. Quick point of clarification. So is it Cider Mill Brook or Ladden's Brook? I see Cider Mill Brook on the
Okay.
on the plan here, but
yeah, the DPW's consultant says that USGS calls it Cider Mill Brook.
okay.
The historic place name map of Greenwich, which is not really it's not the definitive record. It references more localized names for watercourses, and it calls this Ladden's Brook.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, agency questions for Deputy Commissioner? No? Okay, let's open it up to public questions and comments. Pat, do you have anyone with their hands raised?
Not yet.
I recall this was last time we saw this, it was part of a larger sort of intersection plan, was it not? Or was that a standalone plan?
It was all part of that plan. We've
abandoned the large traffic circle concept?
There was a traffic circle associated at one point, but that has all been eliminated, and this is only the bridge replacement.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Very good.
Let's see. I have Evan Walker.
Okay.
You have been unmuted.
Good evening, Mr. Walker.
Howdy. I have one quick question, which is that just upstream is the bridge over Harding Road over the same watercourse. And I'm wondering, I'm sorry, I was unmuted.
Yes, you are.
Can you hear?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, just upstream from this bridge is the bridge over Harding Road. And I'm wondering how the size compares on the width of the watercourse between this bridge and the existing Harding Road Bridge.
Okay, the width of the
This
water
bridge
course?
obviously- This bridge obviously will carry exactly the same water that the Harding Road Bridge carries.
Correct. Mr. Michaels, anyone
There-
in your end have information that would, on that?
We do have that information somewhere, but I don't have it right here at my fingertips, but
Okay.
they are fairly close in width. I do know that. And as we do improvements to these bridges, primarily we have a bridge program that includes all the bridges in town. We do periodic inspections of them either every 2 or 5 years. As we do upgrades to our bridge program, when we see bridges getting to a failing or a poor condition, we start looking at bringing them up to current standard. Harding Road still is in decent shape, so we aren't at a plan where we're staging that construction, but when we do, we would be looking to probably upgrade that one as well for the opening to make sure that it's adequate to service the project.
I don't know if I'm still unmuted.
We can hear you.
Yeah,
Did
the
you have a
Harding Road Bridge.
You have a particular concern?
I'm not suggesting the Harding Road Bridge is in any way in need of repair. I'm just trying to compare the size and scale of the two bridges. Since the water passing under the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge is precisely the same water that passes under the Harding Road Bridge, I would expect them to be approximately the same size.
I guess my follow-up question then to Mr. Michael would be, the profile of the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge is larger than how it's currently designed, so it has less constriction rather than more constriction, or is it similar?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my internet has been wonky. Is the width of the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge is, if anything, but wider than what it is currently? And is it wider than the Harding Road Bridge in terms of, so it doesn't create a constriction point?
Correct. It is, the opening underneath is will be larger than it is today because of the removal of the center pier.
Okay.
Will the overall width be the same then?
The overall width of the opening
Of the
is,
new bridge opening, yeah.
it's more or less the same width, yes. It's within a few, within a foot or two, if I recall.
Thank you.
Well, this is Joe Rogers. I mean, the amount of water that can pass underneath the bridge is a function not only of the hydraulic diameter, but also the head, feet of water of the head. So really what you really need to do is to analyze what each bridge can pass under certain conditions. It may be because the other bridge is kind of closer to the sound that there's a much higher head driving the water through. So it's a little bit more complicated than simply whether the diameter or the width of the bridge is are the same.
So, Mr. Rogers, do you mean in terms of the head height clearance, or are you talking about height hydrostatically?
Hydrostatic head coming into the bridge.
So backing up from the sound.
Yeah. So someone has to, ideally you'd want to make sure that it's not a choke point. It's not creating a choke point anywhere further down, because, it's a good point. I mean, if that analysis hasn't been done, and you all of a sudden open up a bridge that'll pass a significant more amount of water than the old bridge, then what happens downstream? That's a fair question to ask, I think.
the amount of water that this bridge will be increasing, one thing to make note of is when we look at the FEMA 100-year elevations in this area and what current conditions are, both the Harding Road Bridge and the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge, both overtop during those bigger storms. And the intent in this new design, because when we design these bridges, we like them to hopefully last 75 or 100 plus years, is we try to improve them such that they can pass that 100-year flow underneath the bridge. And that's what that's doing. With Binney Park being downstream, we don't feel that there's a problem with the opening it up more. The water's currently getting there. It's just a matter of, is it going over top of the road or underneath the bridge?
So from a public safety standpoint, it's improved because you're not overtopping Sound Beach Avenue.
Correct.
Okay. Very good.
Leslie Ash has hand raised.
Okay. Ms. Ash?
Hi, yeah, Will Morrison. I absconded with
Oh,
her
sorry.
ID. So on the reverse side, if there's a flood coming, we have high water in Binney Park and it's going north, and it's, now we have a reverse hydrostatic head going up Bladden's Rock River. Will the widened with the increased width, will it flood more upstream?
Okay.
So the upstream going the other direction, that would be strictly a tidal event. And that water has many pathways other than just underneath this bridge to fill areas upstream of this bridge. Whether it's overflowing the intersection near the library, going through existing other storm drain systems, or going over top of other parts of the roadway, either side of this bridge.
And so we don't see an increase of flooding as a result, tidal flooding as a result of widening this
Correct.
on the north side of the bridge.
Correct.
Hey, this is Raju. I'm Raju Wasamsedi. I'm a hydraulic engineer from Western Sampson. We are the consultants for this project. Jim's providing pretty accurate answers on all these questions that are popping up. Just to provide an explanation of what has been done here, we performed a detailed hydraulic analysis for this whole project. Our study area started from Binney Park Pond all the way going upstream through Sound Beach Ave, as well as Harding Road and further upstream. So we did a hydraulic analysis, looked at various different storm events, and also we looked at various tidal conditions. And through all this analysis, what we're trying to do here, we demonstrated that there is not going to be any increases either, coming from the tide downstream, because we're opening up this bridge so much, as a whole system, looking at upstream of Sound Beach as well as Harding Road and upstream, and any kind of flood that's coming from upstream, once it overtops Harding Road, now it's not going to go over Sound Beach, but it's going to go through or under, because we are raising it up so much. So we have done all kinds of hydraulic analysis with different tidal conditions, and we have not seen any adverse impacts like increasing in water source elevations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands raised, Pat?
Rita Baker.
Quick question for Jim, or the gentleman from the company I just spoke. In raising the road, are there any unintended consequences to the wetlands? As in, will that road itself be a dam and prevent water from, will send water into the parade or into the basements of the homes that are nearby? what are the consequences of the road raise to the wetlands?
The road raise and the bridge were all analyzed at the same time, as Roger mentioned, and there is no adverse impacts to the area.
Okay. And Jim, clarify again, again, I'm not an engineer and I'm not sure I'm understanding this correctly, but if you remove the pier from the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge and raise it, you're creating a larger opening. That water's then there's more water that's gonna come through there. Will it not be blocked at the Harding Road Bridge if that's much smaller? And will that in itself cause some flooding at that area?
Are we?
The Harding Road Bridge will allow the same amount of water through it, over it, or around it. And that water will get there, whether or not it's going underneath it, it's
correct.
Same direction, and does not have a problem.
I'm a little worried about you saying over it. So if that bridge is, or that underpass or underbridge, if you will, is smaller and the water can't get through it, you say it'll go over it. So therefore you're flooding Harding and the neighboring properties, no?
That's what exists today.
So Jim, if I'm understanding what you're saying, so the Harding Road Bridge, the way the water moves through that area now is the way that it will move through, regardless of whether this bridge, the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge, is built or not. It has its own constriction now. It doesn't pass the flood as a new bridge would. And someday when Harding Road Bridge is rebuilt, it would be modified to pass the storm profile that you've got. But Sound Beach, since it is being done now, is being constructed to pass the size storm, acknowledging that upstream, the Harding Road Bridge isn't going to change, but someday it will. So the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge is being reconstructed with that expectation that someday, when the condition of the Harding Road Bridge warrants it, it too will be constructed. Is that fair?
Yep, very, very fair summary.
Renee has their hand raised.
Yes. Renee, you're ready to go? Renee, you're welcome to speak.
You have to unmute yourself.
Yes.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. It's Renee Siglotnik, Pat.
Thank you, Renee.
Two things. The trivia, talking about the name of the brook. I really do believe we're talking about Ladden's Brook. You can see Cider Mill Brook comes from the north. It's the one that parallels down Sound Beach Avenue until it reaches the park. Its source is far north of the Post Road, whereas Ladden's Brook starts on the east. But my question is really about the Harding Road Bridge over the brook. You're talking about changing the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge. Surely you must have a tentative plan for replacing Harding Road at some point. It sounds like it will be inevitable, yes?
Bridges tentatively last between 75 and 100 years, as what we've seen in this town. We do inspections every 5 years or less, and this bridge is currently rated in a fair condition, I believe, and is not on the initial radar to be replaced. We do maintenance on our bridges, and that's the current plan.
How old is the Harding Road Bridge?
I would have to look that information up in our records. I was more prepared for this evening's matter, which is the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge. I apologize.
But it's safe to say when the Harding Road Bridge is eventually replaced, that it'll be increased in capacity along the lines of the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge.
Yes, we will be doing the same type of hydraulic analysis that we did for this one, like Raju mentioned, for that bridge as well.
Okay, very good.
So you could also foresee raising Harding Road as it crosses the brook, as you're proposing to raise Sound Beach Avenue as it crosses the brook?
Potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ash again?
Well, this time it's me. So I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand. It's sort of following up on what Renee and what Rita Baker had just said. If this road, Sound Beach is being made higher and the area underneath the bridge is being made wider so that more water is actually flowing. And that's then going to flow over the Harding Bridge, which at some point in the future may in fact be raised to deal with that. What's happening to all the houses there that are not being raised? Where is that water going? I mean, these are houses that have been there a very long time and they do not flood currently. Will this affect that?
This is Bob Clossy speaking. I just be clear that the water flows from the north underneath the Harding Road Bridge and then under Sound Beach Avenue. So whatever water is coming to Harding Road now, it's not going to change. And the only difference here is once the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge is raised and widened a little somewhat, the water that goes under, over, or around Harding Road Bridge, as it does now, is going to go under the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge.
Okay.
Actually, now I'm going to defer to Will again.
Oh, just to clarify that, I think she was referring to the tidal water going north and how that would change, because it's south is pretty clear scenario. There's no, it would be a better situation going south because it would exit faster. But north, it could introduce more water from the tidal water, in fact, because it's a bigger opening. And so therefore, one would expect more water to be north of the bridge or northeast of the bridge. In fact, a parallel thing is, independent of the road being raised in height, it would seem like it would reduce the likelihood of flooding on Sound Beach Avenue because more water would be released to go under the road to go north.
If I may, my understanding from Mr. Michael's response earlier is that the tidal water would just go up, presently goes up and over Sound Beach. So
yeah,
it's a matter of how the water gets there, but the water is going there, whether it's over or.
I would suggest, and it'd be great to hear from the consultant, that because the opening is larger, more water can go under Sound Beach that would have in the past gone over Sound Beach.
So yeah, this is Raju again. So let me explain what's going on here. So the tidal water coming upstream through Sound Beach Avenue, it's not so high enough to cause any impacts upstream. It's just staying within the stream itself. It's staying under the bridge right now existing. The existing bridge has pretty limited cover. I think it's like 2 to 3 feet. It's all filled up with sand. It has a pier. It also has sediment bars. So it comes back up, but it's not causing flooding. It's not causing overtopping, even during a storm event. So it comes back through the Sound Beach Ave. It's not overtopping. Again, this is being tidal impact. It comes through the small portion between Harding Road and Sound Beach Ave, and it goes up a little bit, upstream of Harding Road. Okay, this is all staying within the channel. It's not overtopping. So during a flood, what's happening is the tidal elevation is not aggressively high to cause flooding. It's the amount of water that's coming from upstream that's causing flooding. It overtops Harding Road. It overtops the intersection. It's not impacting any properties at this point. It's impacting the park there. It's going over Sound Beach. So when we did the hydraulic analysis, we noticed that the tide is not so high that when we open up Sound Beach, we are raising the Sound Beach as well as opening it up. Again, this is clearly intended to make sure all this water during a flooding event coming from upstream will be able to go through despite having a tide downstream. So the tide not being so high, we are making this whole thing a lot better. So the water coming from downstream, the tide, again, like I keep saying, because the sound is way too far from here to be impacted. It's not directly on the shore so that, the tide comes up, all of a sudden it's like 5 feet or 6 feet. It's the volume of water that's coming from upstream that's impacting all the flooding here. So the tide is not going to back up because we opened up this bridge so much. It's all within once there's water coming from upstream, tide coming from downstream, the bigger opening will serve a purpose where it just keep going downstream, but it's not going to go back upstream. Again, our numbers have shown, like during all kinds of storm events and all kinds of tidal conditions, there is no adverse impact. It's all one big flat profile.
Okay.
Thank you. And I think I understand that. So the net result would be independent of the height of Sound Beach, there would be less flooding on Sound Beach because there's more water passing through this opening.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, the idea of the intent of raising the bridge itself is to make sure there is no nuisance flooding during traffic. This place has experienced, this intersection has experienced so much flooding that this bridge is raised up so high that whatever water was now is going to go over from upstream, it's going to go through Sound Beach.
Okay, thank you. I think that's
Very good.
important.
Any other questions from the public at this point? Okay. Very good. Let's poll the agency and see if we want to close the hearing.
Mr. Rogers,
I'm fine.
Mr. Shondorf,
Yes, fine.
Mr. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Linderoth,
Yes.
Mr. Scofulis,
Yes.
Ms. Curlin,
Yes.
and Mr. Benton.
Okay.
Great. I will follow up with making a motion to close the hearing. Is there a second?
Second, Elliot Benton.
Mr. Benton seconds. Pat, we call the roll, please. Or
Okay, Mr.
discussion? No discussion? Okay. Call the
Oh,
roll.
is there any discussion? I'm sorry.
No,
didn't
no,
jump
you
in
can call the roll.
Okay. Mr. Benton,
Approve.
Ms. Curlin,
Approve.
Mr. Scofulis,
Yes.
Mr. Linderoth,
Yes.
Mr. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Shondorf,
Yes.
and Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now that the hearing is closed, I will make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rogers.
And this is a motion to
To
approve with
approve.
conditions as outlined by staff?
Correct.
Okay. Is there, I don't want to, any discussion? Okay, then, Mr. Scofulis,
Yes.
Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Shondorf,
Yes.
Mr. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Linderoth,
Yes.
Ms. Curlin,
Yes.
and Mr. Benton.
Yes.
Okay, approved 700.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, next up on tonight's agenda is application 20-142, 148 Glenville Road, Redness and Mead for Indian Spring Limited Partnership for dredging of a pond.
Right, read into the record the documents, starting with the application and the standard supporting documentation. Application form signed by Brett Holsworth of Redness and Mead Incorporated, September 25th. A set of plans entitled Indian Spring Pond, Greenwich, Connecticut, prepared by Redness and Mead, certified by Mr. Holsworth, and that's dated October 12th. A wetland application narrative, an ecological evaluation and impact assessment report prepared by J. Fain and Associates,
Wow.
certified by J. Fain, dated September 25th. Investigation of pond sediment prepared by Hygienics Incorporated, certified by Peter Antonucci, dated August 5th. And the public hearing notice, which was published in the Greenwich Time, October 13th and 20th, and sent to the abutters on the 9th. And then today we received some materials from a neighbor under cover of a letter from Marjorie Shansky, attorney Shansky, her letter, a petition for intervention by Sid Goodfriend, who lives over on Zacchaeus Mead Lane, a report from Dr. Michael Clemens dated today, and with a number of attachments of prior reports and Dr. Clemens' CV. And those materials were sent to all of the agency members this morning. I also understand that the director and Ms. Curlin visited the site on Friday.
Thank you, yes.
All right, so the applicant proposes to hydraulically dredge about 6,000 cubic yards of sediment from the Indian Spring Pond. That's the cross-hatched area shown on the plan being shared. The dredge spoils will be dewatered. They're going to put geotextile tubes in the locations shown by the rectangles to the north of the pond. The tubes will be placed in existing meadow areas, and after drying, which can take up to 6 months, will be spread to blend into the grades that exist in these meadows today. Let's see. This pond, according to Mr. Fain's report, was created in about 1928. There may have been a pond here before, but the dam, which is right now being rebuilt under order from Dam Safety, the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, the prior dam to what they're rebuilding at the moment was built in about 28. Mr. Fain says that the pond has maintained itself for just about 100 years without needing a dredge, but it's come time that it does need to be get some sediment cleaned out of it to maintain its open water feature. The northern end of the, I'm sorry, shown on this plan, the sort of northeastern end of the dam, the pond outside the hatched area includes a little island and then a sort of a shrub scrub meadow edge that will not be excavated or hydraulically removed. And also a shelf will be maintained around the edge of the pond. The sort of southern extent of dredging will be determined by the amount of storage there is in the geotextile bags. So they may not get all the way almost to the dam with the dredging, and that's shown a little bit clearer on a different plan in your plan set. Hydraulic dredging, you don't need to drain the pond. Mechanical dredge would create much more impact to the upland areas around the pond, but with machinery moving in and out, sediment being hauled in and hauled out, you'd still have either the need to do water on site, or you'd have to haul the dredge spoils off the site. As currently proposed, the dredge equipment will come into the pond from the service road that Aquarian has improved. It comes in from the south. This is a access from Glenville Road, and there will be a little staging area there for that equipment. The equipment for the dewatering is proposed to come in from Zacchaeus Mead Lane along an existing woods road. The applicant states that the duration of transportation will be limited in that they're just going to bring in the equipment needed to level the pads for the geotextile tubes and the materials for the lined chute that will bring the clarified water back down to the pond in a non-erosive fashion, and the tubes themselves. So that will be, not an ongoing operation by any means. And the fact that they're going to be spreading the dredge spoils on site, once they're dry, the tubes are ripped open, and that tubes will have to be taken out. That will be another trip or two, but it won't be hauling 6,000 cubic yards of material off the site. There are some wetland pockets along the wood road, and the applicant's plan shows that these will be separated from the road by silt fencing. Let's see. Oh yes, and as stated or noted in the list of documents, the sediment samples have been tested and have been found to be suitable for reuse in this sort of a manner. So that's been taken care of. The application documents state that they'd like to start the dredging next spring. The dredging itself could take 4 to 6 months, and the dewatering, which will begin as soon as they start pumping, could take up to 6 months, start to finish. And the application narrative includes a good detail of how they will reestablish the meadow and deal with, in doing so, they have to deal with invasive plant seeds that are in some of this sediment that they'll spread. So they're going to have to do it in a sort of a multi-step process, and that's pretty well called out in the narrative. So that's a quick overview. I know Mr. Fain's on the line. I know some of the other folks involved are on the line. So I'll leave it there and let them have at it.
Okay, thank you. Someone from the applicant like to kick this off?
Sure. Hello, good evening. My name is Brett Holsworth. I am with Redness and Mead. I'm a civil engineer on the project. Bob, thank you for your comments and your report. Tonight, we have Jay Fain, as mentioned before, also Craig Flaherty, one of my colleagues, and our dredge contractor, Matt Vogt, is also available for questions if we need him. There are 2 active construction projects going on right now in and around the pond. The dam, as Bob mentioned, is being reconstructed, as well as a 24-inch water main along the southern route of the pond is being relocated. Both have been reviewed, and they are wrapping up, soon to be constructed, completed by the end of this year. Hydraulic dredging is less invasive. It doesn't require pond draining. The barge floats on open water and is cable driven. So the sediment will be about 1 to 3 feet in depth of removal. We did soundings of the pond, so we assessed about 6,000 cubic yards of material. For scheduling, as Bob mentioned, we wanted to start in early March to do the initial staging of the dewatering tubes. There are 6 tubes in the meadow as shown on the area, and then a 7th tube over to the right. The meadow is slightly sloped right now, so it would need to be terraced using large concrete blocks and material, reusing the earthwork within the meadow to establish flat tubes. And the water will be pumped up, and then the chutes will go back down to the pond in non-erosive velocities. Mentioning the construction access, it is a pretty remote area, so there are a few access points to the pond. The southern access will be used for the boat launch and refueling of the barge. That access was established for the Aquarian water main. So that's a very well established construction route. But unfortunately, it's to the south of the pond and doesn't get you to the north side of that. The north access would be via Zacchaeus Mead Lane, which has a established path that gets you to the meadow. As mentioned before, since this is hydraulic dredging and we are keeping this sediment on site, the times of travel from the road to the meadow will be limited to initially to establish the terraced levels, and it won't have trucks going back and forth if compared to if you had to haul all the material off site. And then at the end of the drying period, the meadow would be spread out with the topsoil and treated. Jay can go into that in a little bit for more detail. As for permitting beyond the Greenwich Wetlands regulation, we did confirm with the Army Corps of Engineers and Connecticut DEEP that permits from those agencies are not required. They have jurisdiction only for the disposition or fill within the water. They don't have the jurisdiction of exporting the material in this sort of fashion when you're using a hydraulic dredge. So they confirmed that in an email, and I sent those emails to Bob earlier today. One other key important piece of information is the turbidity curtain will be installed in the pond. When the dredging churns, it generates a little bit of sediment buildup. So we are protecting the outlet with a turbidity curtain, and all these activities will be maintained and monitored throughout the construction limits. And we received the neighbor opposition, so we can discuss that further if you like, but I would like to just turn it back over to Jay Fain if he has the ability to give a little bit more insight to the ecological benefits of it and how we are treating the meadow, and how we are maintaining the invasive species that may pop up. So Jay?
Thank you, Brett. Can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
Yep.
Okay, great. I prepared for the record, Jay Fain, from Jay Fain and Associates, 134 Round Hill Road, Fairfield, Connecticut. I'm the project environmental consultant, and for the record also, I've submitted a copy of my resume that's on file with you in terms of my professional qualifications. I believe Brett has done so also. Is that correct, Brett?
Yes.
Okay. I prepared a report titled Wetland Application Narrative, Ecological Evaluation, Impact Assessment for the Pond. I don't know if you had a chance to read it, but I did do, I think, a detailed and thorough job discussing the environmental situation and the potential impacts and the benefits of the dredging. project itself. As Brett mentioned, this pond was formed about 100 years ago, and it hasn't been touched in terms of maintenance and over the 100 years. Just so you know, a typical pond in a watercourse situation like this would have a half-life of anywhere between 25 and 50 years. So the longevity of this pond speaks volumes in terms of the size of the base and also the relatively undisturbed and pretty pristine nature of the upstream watershed, which is approximately 1 mile. But after 100 years, there has been an accumulation of sediments, and the accumulation of sediments is problematic in two different fashions. One is that this pond is actually used quite a bit for recreation. The Ashton Drive Association has access to the parcel, and they use it extensively for fishing, boating, and other bird watching and other activities, both passive and active. And the accumulation of sediments has definitely hampered their pleasure and use of the pond, and they are one of the applicants in there and one of the drivers for having the pond dredged. Second concern is soon as sediments accumulate at the bottom, they contain nutrients. And one of the more interesting chemical reactions that happens in these ponds is as the ponds tend to get warmer in the summertime, phosphorus, which is the nutrient of concern in eutrophication in these freshwater systems, as the pond gets lower in oxygen, phosphorus becomes more soluble, and that tends to enter the water column. And as it enters the water column, it acts as a nutrient for algae and plant growth. And they uptake that, and their growth is exacerbated, and they use more oxygen. So you get a negative feedback cycle where you get phosphorus being liberated, you get more plant growth, and you get more phosphorus liberated, and ultimately you have a real degradation in water quality. And we've seen that here in the summertime with extensive algae blooms and with plant blooms. So removing the sediments, removes the source of phosphorus, and actually significantly increases water quality. And yet we don't want to remove all the sediments. They do have some benefits, and that's somewhat reflected in the plan that we remain keeping the sediments along the shoreline so we could have aquatic emergent vegetation growing, which also is another sink for phosphorus and helps improve water quality. And to me, a very important component of this pond ecosystem, and something that I was very vocal in terms of trying to protect, was the upper area of the pond, or the northeastern portion, which is now a shrub emergent vegetation area. And I think personally that, or professionally, that area has acted like a natural filter over the years. The tortuous vegetation slows the water down and causes silt to drop out before it can reach the pond basin itself. And then you get the emergent plant growing. So I was very adamant with and vocal in terms of maintaining the upper shrub vegetation. There's some interesting plants, buttonbush is growing in there. You have walnuts growing in there. It's a very nice ecosystem, provides a lot of good cover for wildlife, and that area is not going to be touched. It's going to be protected, and it's going to remain both to form the water quality function and the wildlife habitat function. As Brett said, we explored several alternatives to removing the sediments from the pond. And after we've done a couple of these hydraulic dredgings, and if you've seen them in action, you will never go back to the mechanical dredging. The hydraulic dredging is just so much superior and has just so little impact on the overall ecosystem and the animals itself. It's basically a barge floating in the pond and has a tube sticking into the water and a cutting head. Fish, it's a noisy operation. And fish and other wildlife tend to stay away from it. We've seen almost no mortality from any wildlife when we use these type of operations. Water quality is maintained. You can't tell downstream. There's no turbidity at all downstream. There's a turbidity curtain, and the turbid sediments get dewatered by the dewatering bag, so there's no impact to water quality downstream. We just completed an operation less than a mile from here on the Byram River. And I don't think you probably even know that it occurred, but it was very successful. We had no water quality issues, and no wildlife mortality. A very, very environmentally sensitive way to remove these sediments from a pond. And this is even being more environmentally sensitive since we're going to have the sediments remain on site. We don't have to truck them off. We don't have to have the disturbance associated with trucking. So having the sediments remain on site is, I believe, the way to go. It's a very sensitive way to do things. We are going to blend the sediments in so it appears natural. It won't appear like a hump or anything unnatural in the environment. Very few trees, if any, will have to remove. I think there's a couple white pines that are in poor condition that I would recommend removing, but basically saving all the trees. Ultimately, we want to reestablish a meadow in the area that is a meadow, but we want to do it in even a more environmentally sensitive fashion than it is now. There's two concerns that I have in terms of reestablishing the meadow. I think some of you visited the pond, and if you saw the pond in a dewatered condition now, you can see what the vegetation is going to be if we do nothing in the disposal area. There's 3 plants there that are growing. It's a carex, a smartweed, and quackgrass that are dominant in the sediment vegetation. Now it's interesting, these seeds in the sediments accumulate over the years, and they can last, just about forever. So once you put them in the upland area and you expose them to light, they do sprout relatively quickly. We don't want to encourage them, but also they're there, and they're going to be outcompete any grasses that we would plant if we planted grasses initially. So a better strategy is to put the sediments down, just seed them with a temporary grass seed mix, and then let the existing seeds sprout. Then you come back and kill those seeds, and then without disturbing the soil surface, you don't scarify the soil. If you drill seed, we can put in a meadow seed, and it'll be successful. Otherwise, the invasives will outcompete the grasses that we want to encourage in the area. So that's going to be our strategy in terms of reestablishing the meadow. The other thing that if you went and looked at the meadow area itself, you see that Japanese stiltweed has taken over a lot of the meadow area. So we're going to implement a strategy. Basically, you put a pre-emergent down for a number of years. That'll help discourage the Japanese stiltweed, which is very aggressive and would take over. And we want to have a meadow here that's a mixture of forbs and grasses. Now, we haven't spec the seed mix yet, but we will. One of the reasons we haven't done that yet is we want to see what the soil texture is once it's in place, and then we'll figure out what the best seed mix is for that area. But it'll be a mix of forbs, goldenrods, asters, and different grasses, and be mowed on a regular not a regular basis, but we're going to talk a little bit about that in terms of the conditions. But my experience with mowing is that if you mow in late August, you've missed the ground nesting birds, and then you can have the meadow resprout so that you have the seed heads and cover for the winter season. And sometimes we like to mow in the very early spring before the ground nesting birds come there, just to discourage more aggressive grasses. You mow about 6 inches so the forbs underneath can get established. But that's something we can discuss in terms of, I know Bob has a condition regarding that. That's generally the management scheme that I like to look at in those situations. I think Brett talked about the access to the site. Most of this access is going to be from Riversville or Glenville Road. There will be access necessary from Zacchaeus Mead Road, but the number of trips will be minimized. Alternatives to the proposed restoration include various methods of operation and to not perform the dredging operations. As we already explained, I believe that the hydraulic dredging is the best alternative. It has the least impact on any of the ecosystem, the least impact on the property, least impact on wildlife. If we don't do the dredge, then you're going to have the situation with the water quality, diminishment of water quality and diminishment of the aesthetic concerns of the property. This is kind of an unusual situation where 3 property owners came together, they all acquiesced, they want to do this. I think it's a good idea. I think if it's done right, Pond will be in a good situation for another 100 years and won't have to be done again. We'll have a nice, healthy ecosystem. A lot of wildlife does use it now, and they'll continue to use it. We'll have a good fishery, and I think it'll be a pleasant amenity to the neighborhood and to the environment. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you want, if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Fain. Question I had was about the access route off of Zacchaeus Mead. I noticed on the plans that it said that there weren't any required improvements that need to be made for the traffic that would be necessary to establish the dewatering beds. Is that a correct statement?
Brett, do you want to take that?
Yeah, that's correct. It's a drivable path right now for the first 100 or so feet from Zacchaeus Mead. It's a gravel bed with the steel span going over the first wetlands corridor. And then from there, it's a well compacted path that can be driven over. And if you look at our photo exhibit that we submitted, we included pictures along that path, and you can see the tire paths, the tire treads, not imprints from tire treads, but you can see where the tires have gone. And again, you know, we'll be able to maintain and monitor the activity. But the initial phase of construction with the staging and terracing will be the first loads of construction equipment through there. And then when the dredge operation is actually going on, there will be very little to none trips through that corridor. Most of the continual routes will be from the south to reload, refuel the barge.
Okay.
There's going to be,
go ahead.
I will mention that there is another access to the meadow from Kandahar Road. It's shown on the SE3 that shows the routes, but the problem with that is there is a causeway that was built a very long time ago, just with earth and stone, and we feel it doesn't have structural support to have any larger construction vehicles going over it. Perhaps it can support passenger vehicles, small pickup trucks, but nothing larger than that. So
yeah, that was really the point of my question. I remember that particular location from a previous application that we reviewed, and that was my concern.
Right. So we're still maintaining that statement that the causeway is not sufficient for construction vehicles. It has a very steep drop off on both sides, and you know, there's no structure to it. It's just kind of built up with stone and earth. So we're not confident that it would be able to withstand heavy vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up on that question with another question of access? If you're going to be doing this in the spring, starting in March, let's say, will the dam project be done? And if the dam project is done, would coming in with the materials for the dewatering from the southern road, crossing the dam, and then putting a temporary crossing across the watercourse at the northwest corner of the pond for the limited number of trips and you're going to need. Is that feasible?
To answer your first question, the dam project will be done. The dam safety permit has a expiration of the end of this year. So we're all pushing very hard to make sure that we hit that permit expiration. So yeah, in March, it will be passable on the dam. The problem is once you get past the dam, you still have to cross the wetland corridor, as you said, and there's no clear route except for that causeway to get from the dam up and around towards Kandahar. You can get to Kandahar, but you still can't get to the meadow. There's really no other truck routes, we'll say, to get from that southern area to the meadow.
The amount of damage that would occur to create any type of temporary access would be significant, and especially as compared to the use of an existing stabilized road access.
So I have a question for Jay. Jay, you mentioned a dewatering project, I think, in the Byram River area. And the question, and you said that you really had very little mortality of critters. My guess is that the sort of critter concentration in the Byram River would be quite a bit different from what inventory you have here in the pond. Maybe in the pond, there's a lot more smaller things. And I'm just wondering if we've got a good handle on what's in the pond, and does the contractor who's going to do the dredging have experience dredging ponds with little critters in them, and has developed protocols to protect that and can demonstrate that there is a fairly low morbidity associated with the particular protocols that they use. That would be very valuable to know.
I can't speak for I think we have a good handle on what was in the pond, and it's contained in our report. I think that we know that by experience that because there's a 6-acre body of water and the head of the dredge is only 6 feet, and the animals are intuitively seek refuge from disturbance, that there'll be very little very few fish or other animals in close proximity to the cutter head. I do know for a fact that when you dewater a pond to do a mechanical dredge, you concentrate all the fish and all the animals in a very small puddle in the middle of the dewatered area, and that the suction pump will certainly suck those up and kill many more animals. And also you're exposing them to much more predation. So the amount of mortality associated with mechanical dredges, is orders of magnitude greater than the hydraulic dredge. I can't speak for the dredge operator in terms of his protocols, but I will tell you that the cutter dredge head is down at the bottom of the pond, probably about 6 feet deep. You don't really see it. So I don't know how they would avoid any animal per se, unless they saw something. I'm sure they would if they saw a large snapping turtle or something that would move around, but I don't think that they would be able to manipulate the head to avoid any particular fish, only because it's not something that they could observe.
Yeah, well, I mean, it just seems to me that this hydraulic dredging is a lot better than the mechanical. But I do, I look at, your report, and it's, if I may have misunderstood it, but it says that the hydraulic dredging with a pump, passes 3.5-inch solids. I'm assuming that's diameter or something. So, I mean, that's a fairly large piece of stuff. And I don't know what the velocities are going in, but I would imagine that people would have, they would have played around with sort of stuff to say, hey, what do we, how can we manage this? What sort of mechanical things would be put on the end of the pipe that we're using to suck that would kind of protect as much of the, the critters as possible. I guess that's what I was trying to
I
drop.
don't think you can restrict the head of the pipe. Otherwise, things, the mud and the debris and other stuff would clog it on too much of a basis. But watching this operation, and I did spend quite a bit of time watching it, and I'm sure the agency is familiar with this. Has been done many other places in town. I've just never seen any more fish or any other wildlife mortality, to be honest with you, associated with these dredge operations. I think it's an environmentally sensitive way to go.
I'll also just point out again that, this is with the cutter head in the water, it's gonna scare away the fish and anything else that hears this coming. And they have a 6-acre pond to swim away from it. So it's, fish and turtles are not naturally going to be curious about that. They're going to be scared about it. So that is kind of the natural inclination that they would swim away from these things.
I have a question for Brett.
Yeah.
You said that there would be terracing in the menu on the meadow, and I'm wondering what materials you would be bringing in, how much it would weigh, and I'm assuming that it would come in from Zacharias Mead. Is that correct?
Zacchaeus Mead.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in order to terrace the tubes, you need to bring in large concrete blocks. Each block is about 5 foot by 2 foot by 2 foot. You see them on the highways sometimes. They need to be brought in to create essentially retaining walls at the low end of each tube. And we're just going to be working with the land that we have on the meadow. We've done extensive studies about the topography and balancing the existing topography, cutting on the high side and filling on the low side. And then where we need to, when we were kind of expanding the envelope of the disturbance, we were cutting it back with these concrete blocks. So the blocks will be delivered on a flatbed, and they'll be brought in from a excavator and kind of positioned in sequence so that it establishes a terracing effect for these tubes.
And Brett, the weight capacity of the bridge, which is really a temporary bridge at Zacchaeus Mead, can support those concrete or jersey barriers, whatever they are?
I don't have the exact weight limits, but it was a bridge that was, intended for, Army style vehicles. So I have a suspicion that it's, somewhere around, 80,000 pounds of material. So those trucks, we feel, are pretty confident would be able to drive over the steel spans.
And those concrete blocks are commonly referred to as mafia blocks, I guess. But
right.
Not to besmirch anybody, but one of the reasons we're using those is it significantly limits the amount of earth disturbance necessary to create the flat pads, and they also act very well to retain the dewatering bags. They will also be removed after the dewatering activities
Right.
Yeah, I would double check that, make sure that that bridge that's in place is capable of transporting whatever it is over it, because a collapse of that would obviously have a direct and immediate impact to the wetland that it crosses.
Absolutely.
Right.
Will the meadow be returned to its original state since it's well within the upland review area?
Yeah, the meadow will remain a meadow, but you know, as Jay specified, it'll be a more healthy meadow with a lot of the invasive species that have been growing there will be treated. But it will be, you know, 6,000, well, actually, it's going to be about 3,000 cubic yards of volume after everything settles and dries out. So it'll just go from, you know, kind of a U shape on that upper meadow to filled in. So we have final grading plans associated with this project also. So it'll be restored to a natural looking meadow area with natural looking slopes. It won't have steep cutoffs. So the intent is to restore it to a you know, smooth natural surface.
And the concrete blocks are removed?
And those are removed, yes.
Okay.
The intent here is also to create more biodiversity and pollinator habitat. The meadow right now isn't very diverse, and as a matter of fact, it's becoming just dominated by that Japanese stiltweed. And I think the director had also made a comment regarding some phragmites that she observed on the site, and that will be treated and removed as part of this project also.
Okay, very good. Additional agency questions on this project before I open it up to public questions or comments?
Actually, our interveners will get to go before the general.
Okay. Oh, very good. Okay. Well, let's turn it over to the interveners then, who will be speaking on their behalf.
Okay, I have promoted Ms. Shansky, Mr. Goodfriend, and Dr. Clemens. Is there anybody else from the intervening team that needs to come up?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the agency. I'm Attorney Marjorie Shansky, and I represent Mr. Sid Goodfriend, who has filed a verified petition to intervene in these proceedings pursuant to the provisions of Section 22A19 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Am I sufficiently audible?
Yes.
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 But not too loud.
Right.
That's it.
Thank you. We have filed this petition, and I am here this evening with Mr. Goodfriend and also with Dr. Michael Clemens, wetland biologist and herpetologist. And we are familiar with this site from prior proceedings and are noting that the proposed activities have a reasonable likelihood of unreasonable pollution impairing or destroying the public trust on resources within your jurisdiction, as stated in the petition and in Dr. Clemens' report. There is rather an information deficit. And I say that because for all of the information that has been provided about the pond and the salutary effects of the proposed dredging, there has not been as much attention paid to the area receiving the dewatering. And that area happens to be among the most ecologically sensitive on the site, including the access from Zacchaeus Mead Lane. The issues of timing and duration are important. The presence of the numbers of vernal pools and in the northeast compartment, as well as additional ones in the northwest compartment, which are not an issue, is critical to the agency's understanding of how this operation can be conducted without adverse impacts on the wetlands. The location of the dewatering area and the terracing, in fact, now that the engineer has expressed his suspicion that the bridge is sufficient, is not more any confidence building than the notion that the causeway from Kandahar he feels is not adequate. Neither is declaratory in a way that resolves the issue affirmatively or negative, frankly, by that expression. So I will have other comments, but at this point, I would like to turn this over to Dr. Clemens, who can discuss the specific impacts that are associated with the application and process as proposed.
Michael, you're on mute.
Okay, good evening. I'm Michael Clemens. I'm an ecological consultant operating out of Greenwich, Connecticut. This site is not a stranger to me. My concerns have been very consistent over the years concerning the northeast compartment. The northeast compartment has 8 vernal pools. There's an exhibit, I don't know how we get that up, if we can, that we submitted today. But basically, these pools, can we get that? Is there a way we can get that up?
Doreen, do you have that available?
Do I?
No, Doreen.
Oh, sorry.
It's page 5 of Dr. Clemens' letter.
Could that be placed on the screen, please?
We're working on that.
Thank you.
Well, while we're waiting to get that up, the situation has been and continues to be that there are 8 pools or wetlands that have not been well studied. I was only able to study those 3 vernal pools that were shared by other owners and have access to those. The other ones were solely on Indian Spring Land Company property, and I was not allowed access. To the best of my knowledge, there have been no recent studies of what's in those vernal pools. And even back when they were studied, they were very cursorily studied by the applicant's own admission at that time. Now, the thing with wood frogs are that they operate biologically in 3 to 4 year cycles. And when you have a metapopulation, that is 8 interconnected vernal pools, it can be anticipated that those wood frogs can breed in any year in any of those pools. From an ecological perspective, those pools are all ecologically interconnected. Some of them are even the vernal pool envelopes, the first 100 feet overlap one another. The critical terrestrial habitat, that area that is required for the survival of the wood frogs in the non-breeding time of the year, goes out to 750 feet. And contrary to what you heard earlier, you need to preserve 75% of that critical terrestrial habitat. I heard earlier in another matter that the 50% was being discussed. That's not correct, but that's not germane to this application. So the concern is, once again, we are using this road that weaves its way between these vernal pools to transport concrete blocks and other equipment into the meadow, which is in fact part of the critical terrestrial habitat of 4 of the vernal pools. When you move heavy equipment along a woods road, you compact the woods road. As a matter of fact, I believe the engineer already stated it's compacted from all that traffic associated with the forestry operations. So that compaction obviously increase. I think we know enough about soil that the more compacted soil we have, the less is it able to absorb and function biologically. There's risks of spills. Fuel is being brought in. There's risk of hydraulic leaks. And once again, the proximity of the route to the vernal pools makes those materials entering the vernal pools directly at the time of the spill or through rainfall likely. Now I heard tonight a new twist that they're going to be entering in March and putting silk fence along the road. And March is the time when the wood frogs are going to be moving throughout that metapopulation area. And the silk fence that is being put ostensibly to protect the wood frog, to protect the roadway and the vernal pools, will have the impact of actually impeding wood frog movements. One has to really understand the ecology of what one is doing and the ecology of the site and the unintended impacts that may occur from doing what are looked as helpful activities. Silt fencing and the impediment of vernal pool amphibians is a huge problem in many areas. And certainly this is the first I've heard about it that's going to happen here. But let's leave those 8 interconnected pools alone for the moment and talk about the critical terrestrial habitat of 4 of those vernal pools. That is in the dewatering meadow. The meadow that is going to be graded, have large concrete blocks put in it, lined with plastic, and completely altered. What that means is, in fact, you are actually isolating the soils of that meadow from receiving water. It's sort of akin to a short-term paving operation. So you're rendering a large portion of the critical terrestrial habitat of those vernal pools unavailable and actually destroyed for the use of wood frogs. Once again, this is a serious ecological matter as it pertains to wood frogs. And I believe the agency is well aware through previous matters that wood frogs actually are directly implicated in the maintenance of water quality, lack of eutrophication in those wetlands. When wood frogs disappear, the wetlands change. That was upheld in a court case, which I'm sure Attorney Shansky will speak to you about. So we have the issue of the pools themselves, the impacts by moving material from Zacchaeus Mead Lane to the site. We have the loss of critical terrestrial habitat, and we have the presence of other feasible and prudent alternatives. Now, I'm not sure, I know Chairman Harris recalled Kandahar Road Causeway being brought up before. I'm not sure if it was the Pexland Road Causeway that was the issue, but whatever it is, the failing causeway issue has been used as an excuse to use the Zacchaeus Mead access. And this was for forestry, which has some additional vested rights. This is not forestry. This is aesthetic dredging. And there seems to be absolutely no reason why this cannot be done from the south. There are many different access points that could be used. And yes, it may involve the applicant having to shore up or create a better causeway, but it's not infeasible. And certainly when you weigh it against the damage that will occur to the access on Zacchaeus Mead Lane, I think those feasible and prudent alternatives need to be looked at. Now, getting to the actual dredging, I think Commissioner Rogers already picked up on some of my concerns. There's a lot of conjecture here that animals are going to move away from the mouth of the suction. And the very small animals, all the invertebrates, the benthic invertebrates, certain small turtles, other life may not. So I'm given small comfort in the ecological, that it's benign, what's going on. I think you do need to understand exactly how turtles and other wildlife are excluded. What does minimal mean? Minimal impact can mean many different things. Minimal needs to be quantified. The agency needs to know if X% of X species is reasonably likely to be killed during this operation. I'm also very concerned about what happens to the creatures that end up in these tubes, where we know that the invertebrates and the fish will die quickly. Seems a rather horrible death for frogs and turtles, air-breathing animals, that are going to be in these tubes, either freezing or drying or being exposed. Now, we've heard a lot about dredging the conventional way having problems. And I've seen it both ways. I've seen many larger ponds dredged. I've seen the wildlife concentrate. I've seen wildlife move overland. I'm not quite so convinced that conventional dredging is as harmful to the wildlife as has been stated. But anyway, I ask a lot of questions. Some I don't have answers for, but it's not our job really to answer the questions, it's to pose them. I see they probably based on this letter, already contact DEEP and the Army Corps and received the determination that it is a non-jurisdictional activity. That really is pretty much what I have to say. I believe really that this use once again from Zacchaeus Mead Lane is deleterious to the Vernal Pool ecosystem. We still don't know much about what's in those vernal pools beyond 1, 2, and 3. And I really do believe there are other alternatives. Now, the bigger problem is, are there other alternatives to place the drying area? Because that does lie within the critical terrestrial habitat. And I would like to see what percentage of that critical terrestrial habitat is lost, because it is being lost. It can be restored, but at least for one season, it is unavailable to the wood frogs. And that's pretty much concludes what I have to say about this. I think it's all in my letter. There's a map that I guess we've been unable to put up. It's in my report. It really shows the Kandahar Road access not only avoids 8 vernal pools in the northeast compartment, it also avoids the other 3 in the northwest compartment. So I think one really needs to look more carefully at access. Thank you.
And before your questions, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I want to relate Dr. Clemens and my remarks to your regulations. specifically under section 2.1 in several of your definitions. The Greenwich regulations have the expansive view of regulated activity. The agency may determine that any other activity located within such upland review area or in any other non-wetland or non-watercourse area is likely to impact or affect wetlands or watercourses and is a regulated activity. That would apply to the critical terrestrial habitat if and to the extent you don't consider that to be a wetland per se. It certainly is governed under the regulated activity definition in your regulations, and is supported in the case to which Dr. Clemens referred, River Sound Development LLC versus Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Commission, that's found at 122 Connecticut Appellate 644, and is appended to Dr. Clemens' February 2015 letter in its entirety. And that is where the court found that the testimony supported that the loss of wood frogs would have a negative consequential effect on physical characteristics of wetlands. And the commission had statutory jurisdiction to review the regulated activity outside wetlands and watercourses on the basis of an impact or effect on aquatic plant or animal life, if that activity would likely impact or affect the physical characteristics of the wetlands or watercourses, which the appellate court found based on the evidence that it did. So there is a relationship between the support and well-being of the wood frogs and the water quality of the wetlands to which they relate. And further to your regulations, and this is a significant impact activity as that term is defined in section 2.1. And that gets us to the requirements under section 7 of your regulations for information that ought to have been, or still can, of course, be brought forward. And that is recited to in Mr. Goodfriend's petition, which has to do with an evaluation of the ecological communities, functions and values of the area involved in the application, not simply limited to the pond, but expanded to these vernal pools and the critical terrestrial habitat. And the mega population shown on figure 1, that is page 5 of Dr. Clemens' letter. There's a feasible and prudent alternative that would be alternative access, perhaps an alternative siting of the dewatering area. I think there's much more information that needs to come before the commission to avoid the adverse impacts associated with the activity as proposed. Thank you.
I ask one more question. Actually, when Chairman Harris brought up the fact that this span was a temporary span from Zacchaeus Mead Lane, and that was put in, I understand, for forestry. That was the reason it was placed. Now we see the span being used for something else. I don't know if that's relevant, but it certainly looks to me like something that was placed for one activity is now being morphed into another activity. And what's next?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comments at this point? No. Jay or Brent, do you want to respond to anything that you've heard tonight? I've got a couple questions for you regarding the transportation and the timing of the transportation of the terracing materials. Is there anything preventing the transportation and stockpiling those materials during the winter time when the roads are frozen and would have minimal impact to vernal pools or vernal pool activity?
Well, we'd have to look at that, but if you get a significant rain, snowstorm in the forest and you're getting trucks trafficking, you know, you don't want to be slipping around on ice. So that's just from a logistics standpoint. That could,
how many trips are we, in order to bring in the materials for the terracing operation, what is how many trips are we talking about? Have
well,
we quantified that?
we don't have an exact number, but it would be a few dozen trips between the excavator, the grader, the delivery of the large blocks. There are a few other deliveries like silt fence, the tubes themselves. So there are, you know, call it a few dozen trips back and forth to get to that site.
Okay, and that would occur during a concentrated period of time?
It would be during the initial phase of the terracing. So for the first 2 weeks of that activity.
Okay, so we're looking at an activity for 2 weeks, and is, with the exception of the machinery for doing the actual terracing, all of the material could theoretically be brought in and stockpiled at a point in time when the ground is frozen. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, we could look into that. Sure.
Okay, I think that'd be important to understand in terms of minimizing any sort of impact to anything adjacent to those wood roads.
Yeah. Yeah, so I do also want to point out about the steel span. It was designed and intended to withstand a fully loaded logger truck. So the delivery of the large blocks would be able to withstand that that impact of driving. So in comparison to the built causeway going towards Kandahar, which is not a structurally compatible crossing.
Okay, if you could submit the information on the steel span for record, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Anything else you'd like to add at this point, either you or Mr. Fain?
Well, we could have our dredge contractor, Matt Vogt, to speak to his experience regarding the aquatic life that has been mentioned. So,
yeah, I think I'd rather hear, before you do that, do you have any response to the Clemens testimony and Mashansky's testimony about the impact of the use of Zacchaeus Mead, particularly the compacting of the soils, the potential for leaks and spills, and what was described as the loss of use of those vernal pools even for one season? Is that rebuttable? Is it accepted as an accurate assessment? What's your position on that?
well, unfortunately, this was submitted very late in the game. It was submitted to us this afternoon, and we have very little time to formulate a response to that. So I can't really speak to that. Responding to those comments.
I just want to add that the use of Zacchaeus Mead's road as for the forestry actors is established. It has been used by heavy machinery and will be continually be used by heavy machinery as the forestry activities occur. Any compaction that is going to occur has occurred, and the road adding additional machinery is not going to change the density or the bulk density of the soil at all. Materials are transported in and out of the site currently, and this would be the same thing that would happen although it'll probably be a lesser scale. We're not using a lot of oil or other materials. We've talked to the contractor about it. It's not going to be done by an oil truck. He's going to do it with his pickup truck using 5-gallon containers. There is a spill plan in place. There will be materials on site in case a spill happens. But again, these are responsible contractors that are going to realize the sensitivity of the site and the aquatic environments and deal with this all the time. And we'll take all reasonable precautions. But this isn't something different that is already occurring there, which I think everybody should take into account.
Okay, Bob Clossy speaking. I just want to correct something I said in my initial comments about the silt fencing along the access road and adjacent to the wetlands along the road. If you look at access plan, which is sheet SE2, it actually shows hay bales in very limited areas right next to the wetlands. So it's not going to be a, lining both sides of the road with silt fencing, which I'm sorry if that's the impression I left.
And that's something, I think that's a belts and suspenders approach. If it was agency's wish, we're not going to be disturbing earth, or we're not going to be grading earth, we're not going to be opening earth, exposing to erosion and sediment control. And if the agency said they didn't want those practices in place, we could eliminate those practices. We certainly would respond to that in a positive fashion. So, that certainly could be done. So I think we've addressed that. I really think that this isn't, I don't want to say germane, but I think this is kind of a red herring issue in terms of this dredging operation.
Okay. Mr. Fain,
Sorry, it's I don't know how the procedures work, and I apologize, but Marjorie's in one place, Michael's in another, and I'm in a third. May I ask a question? Is that permitted?
I'm sorry.
As soon as the applicant concludes their comments, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Goodfriend is the intervener.
Yeah, I know he is, but the applicant was in the middle of speaking.
No, I apologize. I just didn't know what the procedures were.
I have a question for Mr. Fain. Can you talk at this point to Mr. Clemens' comment regarding the dewatering areas as comprising a certain percent of the critical vernal pool habitat?
We can look at that to some extent.
Before Jay comments, if Brett or Jay, do you have access? Are you at your computers? Do you have access to that? And I can allow you to screen share it?
I don't have it electronically. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I can pull it up. Give me one moment and I should be able to. This is the Clemens figure that he's referring to, figure 1. Let me see. Yeah, Sesto, I have it on my screen, so if you wanted to.
So Doreen, she stopped screen sharing, so you can go ahead.
Do you see my screen? Or?
Not yet.
A lot of things open. I apologize. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. So this is figure 1 from Dr. Clemens's report. And just to give you contents, if you, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. This lighter area is the meadow. So the lower meadow is down here and the long narrow meadow is in this area. And Zacchaeus Mead is up here on the right.
So really we're talking about the sort of overlapping circles for any 8, 7, 6, 7, and 8. Is that a correct statement in terms of what is the potential loss,
Right.
either permanent or temporary loss of the critical habitat from the dewatering areas? What does
Right.
that reduce the percentage by?
Well, I don't have the precise percentages, but if you look at just from a standpoint of the whole circle as 100% and this smaller section, you know, it's not 75% of either of any of the circles.
Mhm.
Not 20.
Or I'm sorry, not 25%. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's a small area. 3 points. It's a small, rather small area. We looked at, second point is we looked extensively at the site, and we didn't just willy-nilly pick this area. This is really the only area on site where we could dispose of soils. And third, and most important, this is a temporary disturbance that we will try to keep to a minimum of time, and will be restored so that it would be a functional area if any animals want to use it in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
I think Mr. Goodfriend wanted to make a comment.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Goodfriend.
I had actually 2 questions, and I'll preface this by saying I'm a neighbor. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a wetlands expert. I'm just a layperson here. I just had 2 questions, if I could. And both, I think, are for the Redness and Mead representative, but can be answered by anyone. As I understand the request for the dredging, it's to improve water quality and aesthetics with regard to the pond. And I would just like to ask the Redness and Mead people, who I'm assuming are representing Indian Spring, the water quality for whom or for what is being improved, and the aesthetics for whom and for what are being improved. Because the whole purpose of this is to dredge a pond, which is in the middle of a forest, which hasn't been touched in 100 years, with the specific purpose of improving water quality and aesthetics. Now, I have a pond on my property. We applied to wetlands. We got to know the entire commission. We try to apply, work by all the rules, and hopefully we did, and it's all fine. But that's aesthetics on my pond. And I guess I'm questioning is who is asking what the aesthetics are for, what benefit? And the water quality doesn't seem to be for the benefit of the animals, because as Dr. Clemens talked about, there's potentially very significant harm to the animals. So I had 2 questions. The first one is, why are we doing this? Okay, outside of the fact that it's 100 years and, you know, maybe it's time to do it. I mean, it's in the middle of the forest that nobody sees, nobody walks by, nobody hikes by. It's private property. We've been told over and over again, there's no development plan. And I'd like from Redness and Mead to explain what they mean by water quality and aesthetics. And then I have a follow-up question, please.
Sure. Well, in terms of the aesthetics, it is enjoyed by the 3 sharing property owners. It's Indian Spring, Ashton Drive Association, and the estate of J. Stillman Rockefeller. So all 3 owners of the pond have vested interest in maintaining the aesthetic value and the ecological value of their property.
If I might just ask on that, if I understand right, the estate of Mr. Rockefeller, is that, am I correct in understanding that's owned by Indian Spring currently?
No, that is a separate entity.
It's a separate entity, and who is the owner of that entity? Are there shareholders that are common between Indian Spring and that entity? Because I haven't understood.
Yeah, I
don't think this is relevant to the discussion.
Yeah, these questions are going well beyond.
And I think I already answered.
Okay, then I had a separate question.
Ashton Drive Association, who's your neighbors, and use this pond extensively and for recreation, and it's part of the agreement that the Rockefellers made with the Ashton Drive Association is to dredge this pond. They're your neighbors are part and parcel of this. It's not just the Rockefellers. It's Ashton Drive Association also, which I think it includes, if I'm not mistaken, Governor Lamont.
So if I could ask another question, are you able to outline for us what the cost of dredging the pond is to who's ever paying the cost of the dredging of the pond? Is that something that you're
I'm
able?
sorry, I don't understand why that's relevant, Mr. Goodfriend.
Well,
For the, I mean, we're talking about impacts to wetlands and watercourses in this agency.
One of the questions, again, I'm not an attorney, but we're talking about a causeway off Kandahar, and we're told that's not reasonable and that it's not meant for that. And I'd like to understand what the cost of improving that causeway would be versus the cost of this entire project. I'll give you an example. If the entire cost of the project was $1 million and it cost $10 to fix the causeway, then it might make sense to consider fixing the causeway. I don't know. I have no idea about costs. It's just a question. And I don't know if I'm allowed to ask the question.
You're allowed to, you're allowed to ask it. I don't know if they aren't required to answer it because it's not relevant to wetlands and watercourses impact.
Well, it's relevant in the extent that repairing the causeway would have significant environmental repercussions in terms of the amount of work and disturbance that would be necessary to create that wetland crossing.
So is there a proposal that's been sent out to bid to fix that? And the neighbors, for example, if we really cared about this, we might consider raising money to fix the causeway.
I think that that would be precluded by the alternative analysis by the wetland agency, since that alternative would have more impacts than current access.
Mm-hmm.
So is there a potential answer to the question of the cost, or is that not something that we can discuss tonight?
No, we're not going to discuss the cost of the dredge.
But Jay, I'm sorry, Brett, can just to button this up, to do anything on that causeway, the causeway is like a suspension bridge almost over a watercourse. And it's, like you said, it's vertical sides. So is that a potentially complicated, maybe major operation to upgrade that to handle heavy traffic?
That would be a significant
Absolutely.
impact, would require major engineering, major site disturbance, major costs. It's not a trivial task, Bob. Thank you.
Right. There's about a 20-foot drop from the driving surface to the water. It's very narrow, and it would be a very challenging operation to structurally design to divert the water, to understand what impacts, how you would found it on both sides of the causeway. You would need to design a significant bridge instead of what is out there, which has been used just for light traffic.
I just want to state for the record, there's nothing nefarious regarding this Zacchaeus Mead access. There's no subdivision, there's no building, there's nothing being hidden here. It's simply the simplest way to get to the meadow with the equipment that needs to get there. It has the least environmental impact. So we're talking very temporary impacts and very few trips. We're not going to be using it, we're not proposing to use that to take the 600 loads of spoils material that would have to be removed from the site. If we remove it from the site, we're not doing that. We're just using an existing woods road to access a site with some equipment, and very little heavy equipment at that.
So I'll just conclude with, just as a refresher, because some of the people on the Zoom tonight were with us several years ago, some people are new. I just like to mean that there are 3 different people that have shown the neighbors, or have expressed to the neighbors, that they have seen draft plans for the development of this site, 42 different homes. It may not be relevant, and I appreciate that, but as a response to Mr. Fain's comment, there are 3 different neighbors that have seen draft plans for the development of this property. And with that, I'll rest.
Can I suggest something, Mr. Chairman, to move this along? The engineer for the applicant said that you had just gotten this information, as we did, from Dr. Clements and from the intervenor. Is it your intention to respond to the specific claims of wetland impact as a result of the use of the Zacchaeus Mead Road? Are you gonna address that specifically?
Sure. Yeah, we can formulate a formal response. Like you said, again, it came in a few hours ago, so we had very little time to formulate a formal and complete response. But for the record, we can provide that information.
Okay, so maybe you can poll the agency and see if we're intending to keep this open or not.
Yep. I believe Ms. Shansky had wanted to make one comment before we do that.
Sure.
Chair, the one comment I wanted to make was in response to Mr. Fain's characterization of our conversation as a red herring, but there's been woefully little evidence provided by the applicant about this mosaic of vernal pools and their critical terrestrial habitat. So it would be welcome to see a response that was a substantive response and perhaps a disclosure having to do with the resource that they want to travel through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, let me poll the agency as to how you're feeling with regards to the information as presented so far, and whether we should be keeping this open for Redness and Mead to respond to what was brought up in Mr. Clemens' letter and the intervener's comments tonight.
Perhaps instead of going through the poll, people, if anybody wants to close the hearing tonight, board members, if they just want to raise their hand and we could just note that, because I suspect I know which way this is going.
Okay, very good. Anyone who feels that we should be closing the hearing tonight, please speak up. Okay, very good. So we're going to hold it open. I believe we've got, you know, what we're looking for with regards to a response to the intervener's concerns. Also, the comments that we brought up about potential seasonal timing, if that makes sense, and anything else regarding the dredging that was brought up by the agency tonight.
Brian?
Yes.
Can
Elliot.
I ask a question of Dr. Clemens? Dr. Clemens, if the traffic moves across this road in the middle of winter, does it have a negative effect on the biota?
It has less of an effect if it goes in the middle of winter.
Okay, and if there's no additional compaction of the road at all, and assuming there are no spills or leaks, could you get back to us with precisely what the impacts would be in the middle of winter simply from the traffic? That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So we will hold this open. Let's take a 5-minute break before we get to the rest of our agenda tonight.
I'm going to stop the recording, but y'all remind me to start up again.
Okay.
All right.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
I guarantee this is just coffee.
Gonna keep you up, Brian.
Exactly. It's just decaf. You balance it with the whiskey, you know, it all, one foot on the one foot on the gas, one foot on the brake.
Not hit record, Brian.
Yeah, that's right. Going in the official transcript now.
All righty. Okay, are we just about ready? We're still waiting for Stefan and Klaus. Now Klaus is an alternate, so.
Oh, do we lose?
Gallery view.
Stefan has dropped off the call.
Yeah, if I might opine, having started the meeting with the quorum, we can just continue.
Yep. Okay, I agree. Okay, let's get going. We are on to pending applications. 2020 OD4 225 Stanwich Road is, we're punting that till next month, I believe.
Which one are you reading?
2020 084 225 Stanwich Road.
Yeah, that's not on the final agenda. We
Okay.
are up to 2020 093
Okay.
82 Buckfield.
Okay, very good. 2020 093 82 Buckfield, Matthew McCullough. For Michael Grunberg for paved backup space 5 feet from wetlands and removal of 2 trees within wetlands.
Right.
Mr. Clausy, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. That's what this application is about. The applicant wants to maintain this pullout space and make up for 2 trees that were removed from the wetland, as stated by the applicant during, they were damaged during a storm.
Okay.
We looked at this application in September, decided to delay it because there was some newly submitted information. And in addition, there were questions for the applicant, such as, are there alternatives for the pullout space that are less expansive, encroach less closely to the wetland, for instance? And there were some questions about the existing rain garden being adequate to take the additional impervious surface.
Okay.
At this point, no alternatives for the pullout have been provided. And DPW Engineering Division has asked for a significant amount of additional information. Apparently the rain garden was installed when the carport was built. That was done under an exemption, as I recall. So the rain garden was sort of reviewed as a part of that application, didn't get a full engineering review. This was sent to engineering and they said, well, we need a lot more information.
Okay.
In addition, we do have a planting plan now on for 4, let's say they're evergreens, 2 Atlantic white cedar and 2 Canadian hemlock, to replace the 2, I believe they were deciduous trees that were removed from the wetland. The agenda says that this second 65 days has been granted to January 1st. If that's the case, I recommend the agency delay this because we are waiting for answers to the drainage. I also don't think the applicants made any attempt to justify the size of the pullout.
Okay.
And I would also mention to the agency, we did get a letter from the neighbor, Alan Small. This was dated September 11th. And that was provided to you via, I think it was sent in your packets. So that's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McCullough, anything are you speaking on behalf of the applicant?
Yeah, we also have Rob Frangione and Bill Kenny as well, both speaking to this as well. I'll let Rob talk about the rain garden and the drainage portion of it, but as for the alternative, I think Robert brought it up at the last meeting, but this is in response to a violation. The asphalt's already in place, so we didn't really submit an alternative because this was the original plan going way back. Because of that, I'm sorry, I can't point. The rightmost garage door, when you come out of that, you cannot make a turn into the lawn, if you will, in order to pull out. So there was never a turning radius possible from that right garage door. And that was, the reason for that was because the old septic system was there and it was not rated for car travel. When we put in the new septic system, which is when this asphalt was done, they were put in as H20s, which again, Rob can talk to. So they can now receive car traffic and allows us to back out of the garage into that spot and then pull out nose first. I mean, at that,
Okay.
I'll let Rob kind of talk towards the engineering that Robert brought up about DPW.
Again, for the record, Rob Frangione, Frangione Engineering. I don't know about the rest of the commission, but I do like these Zoom hearings. It makes these 11 o'clock wetland meetings a lot more manageable, more comfortable. With regards to the pullout space, yes, it could not, the driveway could not have gone over the old septic system as it wasn't H20 load rating. Just so everyone knows, the septic system wasn't replaced so that they could put a driveway over it. The septic system was replaced because it was failing. And so, but while that was happening, we knew that there was a driveway there. So it was using H20 load rated materials so that you could drive over it. It did not change the design of the system whatsoever. The septic system was designed to meet the health code. So be that as it may, they had to rip up that whole area in order to put in the septic system. And so then when it got put back, the driveway was put back. They put a little extra space in, unbeknownst to me. As for the turning radius, yes, if you're facing that, the garage, if you're in the right side bay, you need, in order to back up, you need to be able to back and turn so that you can have a smooth transition to go out the mouth of the driveway and exit the property. With regards to the rain garden, now I've spoken with Scott Marucci, and the issue is the survey, we need more information. When we did this original design, I don't think it was an exemption. I think it was reviewed by Scott because I have a very hefty drainage summary report from back in 2016 that I did, which is what I used as the original conditions analysis for the way things to compare to now. So I compared the original conditions prior to the carport and the driveway going in to what it looks like today, and then ran that analysis through the rain garden. And we got a CO on this back in 2017, I believe, and the rain garden's been functioning adequately for 3 years. I didn't know that DPW engineering never looked at the documents that we submitted to the building department for the CO. Where we showed the pictures of the rain garden going in and the surveys and the forms and all that. I think part of the confusion is looking at this plot plan. There's no spot grades shown in the rain garden, and we've got bottom of rain garden at 483. And what Scott, in our discussions, what we were saying was that he thinks that the rain garden might be 6 inches too low. Well, looking at the CAD file that the surveyor had given me, there's other spot grades inside that rain garden of like 483.4, 483.6. Well, that means that the rain garden is at the right elevation. And so Scott and I spent a good half an hour on the phone talking about this, and it basically boiled down to, let's get the survey information. And of course, every surveyor is backed up right now because everything is crazy. And what this will amount to is either it's fine as it is, or we would have to raise the rain garden a little bit, or it would have to get expanded between the edge of the rain garden and the stone wall that is along the front of the property. There's plenty of room in there to expand the rain garden if necessary. Now, the analysis that I've done based on the elevations that we have on this survey show that everything is fine and that it works. Might there need to be some amendment to the top of the berm? Perhaps. Might we need to scoop out some more material and put it to the south in order to enlarge the rain garden, perhaps. And that's how Scott and I left it. And I would ask that we be able to advance this tonight simply because everything that we're doing is away from the wetlands. We have a very defined area in which we can work. And the increase in impervious area was minimal. So, Matt, does that just about cover it? I think that was.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were just asking that if the agency could advance it, then it would be one of the special conditions that in order to get the actual permit issued, Rob would have to get the sign off from Scott.
Right.
Instead of delaying it another 30 days and hoping that the surveyor can get these points done just so we can kind of prove that it's fine. When I think that from our perspective, we're more than fine with if we have to increase the berm by a couple inches or add some more material to the rain garden. I mean, that's well within what we're willing to do.
And that wouldn't be out of the ordinary with other applications that I've had before this commission, where we basically move forward and we just, as a special condition, we square things up with DPW engineering.
That sort of assumes you're allowed to keep the 185 feet that you put in.
Sure.
Which is not a given. How long was the homeowner, I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble here. The 185 feet was put in when?
This year.
And how long had it not been there?
About a year and a half, I think.
So for a year and a half, the pavement that was there was perfectly adequate to use both doors of the garage, right?
No, that's why we added it.
Right. It was tolerable, barely. And we always knew going into this that was going to be a problem, but
you could use it.
You could use it, but not without doing
4 or 5 point turn and get out.
Oh, okay. And so you went ahead and you put in the 185 feet without asking, is that correct?
At the time, I was unaware that because it was outside of the wetland, and I take responsibility for it, because it was outside the wetland, we were under our green space number, which we had calculated, the surveyor calculated. I did not realize at the time that we would have to fill out a whole new application as part of the septic permit to add the asphalt in a buffer area.
You're right on top of the wetland there.
But we're not in the wetland. I understand that.
But that's not germane.
I think it
I
also
understand
speaks
that now,
to
which is why
quality.
we're going through the corrective measure now.
Rob,
Yes.
the driveway configuration you originally designed, you put it forth as a serviceable configuration. Are you saying that your plan was wrong?
No,
we
I
did
said
not put it. This was not the original plan. If we go all the way back to much earlier iterations, there was a lot more asphalt, and we kept getting it cut back, because we couldn't go over the septic area. The original application had the I'm always messed up on directions here. Towards the small property, towards the wetlands flags, the pavement went back another 5 or 6 feet. And that was inside the wetland, and you guys were dead against that. So in order to get this approved, we had to cut the asphalt all the way back towards the carport entry.
Which, at the time, nobody said, we'll cut it back, but it's not going to work anymore. I'm just curious where the disconnect came from. I mean, so you...
I think where it was is that we knew that the turning radiuses were going to necessitate a 5-point, plus or minus turn. But it was a question of, do we live with that or not get the application approved? I mean,
what's the depth of the, so pulling out of the garage, I can't read this, I can't expand the screen. What is the depth or the dimension pulling back out from the garage to the edge of the pavement on Mr. Small's side of the yard?
I could figure out how to get out of full screen here, I could actually get into my view options.
No, what does it need to be? I mean, you would think these numbers would be.
Yeah, I mean, it typically, I mean, in a perfect world, 30 feet, you can get 23, 24 feet in order to back out completely. But that, because typically in a parking stall, if you've got 23 feet from two cars that are backed up, you should be able to back and then maybe get a 3-point turn. It also depends on the size of the vehicle.
So it looks like it's about 25 feet if you look at that 50-foot line from the property to the corner of the garage, right? It's roughly half.
Yes, but I also think it's once you back, can you guys see my pointer?
No.
Oh.
Yep, I can see a little hand.
Okay, my cursor's moving and I'm like, oh, I wonder if they can see.
I know, it's confusing after a while.
So I'll try to do this with my hand. If you back out of that space and then say that the bumper is, or the back tires are up against the back of the driveway back out area, I think what happens is the turning radius to swing and then pull out the driveway doesn't exist. Because if you notice, there's the.
No, I'll say, I hear what you're saying, but I don't feel like you substantiated it. Like you need to put in turning radius here. And I also got to say, I don't get how a car backing out is then going to make a 90-degree turn into this little pavement area. And it seems to me that there's going to be a vehicle in that little pavement area, so you're not using it for a back around anyway.
Well, if you look at the
doesn't make
original,
any sense for any back around that I've ever seen, which has a curvature to it to allow a car. This has a 90-degree angle. Doesn't make sense.
Hey, Pat, but if you look at the original application that I had sent in, it does have a curvature to it. The paving guys screwed up and we were in the process of fixing that when we got the violation notice.
I don't, well, it's not,
I mean, you
to
can
me,
look at the
it's-
original
you haven't
application, it has it on
substantiated
there.
how this functions, how the existing approved area doesn't function, let alone how this little perpendicular parking spot adds to that functionality. It just, things aren't jiving to me. You gotta do more than just say it. You have to prove it.
Okay, I guess I'll have to prepare a turning movement diagram to demonstrate what.
And can we,
what we need to
in part of the, I think, I would assume Robert has it, the original design showed basically where it says 15.4, that angular measurement, there is a curvature in there on what we were originally asking for. Because like I said, we were in the process of changing that. It's not supposed to be a 90-degree. I agree with you completely. It was never supposed to be a 90-degree there. So that, I guess Rob can put that into the turning radius diagram.
And so you'll be adding square feet of pavement too.
No, the added amount was what was included in my original numbers when we were calculating the amount of wetlands we were giving back on the planting plans.
No, but as far as your drainage calculations, it sounds like it's not 185 square feet. You've got some bigger number if you're adding turning radius.
Yeah, well, I'll let Rob calculate, but when you really we're not looking to, there's not like a big, huge turning radius here. It's literally cutting off that hard 90. So if we're adding 5 square feet, I'd be amazed. The problem is that this isn't, I don't know how we
I'm
do
just
it
curious.
in
So this is the
person.
plan that you're
If maybe
putting
you guys
forward
can
to get a
come
permit on. But you're kind of saying, oh, yeah, I gotta get a permit for this, and then I'm gonna go back and change it to add this turning radius that I really wanted to begin with. It's kind of disconcerting.
No, the turning radius was always supposed to be there. The paving guys messed up.
But you have a plan here asking for something that you're saying doesn't work. What is it that you want out there?
So you would like us to revise the drawing to show the curvature and soften the 90. as well as part of supplemental information submitted.
Can I suggest that we've been waiting to get a plan that shows existing conditions sufficient accuracy to know where we're starting from. So that's basically what we're looking at here. What we've been saying is, as the director just said, that doesn't look like a very usable pullout area. It looks like a parking space. So maybe in getting your radius, you also want to consider changing the extent of the pavement going toward the wetland and get a pullout area.
Yeah, I would think that, you know, you cut that parking spot in half, give yourself a little radius, you increase the separation from the wetland, you're still able to get part of your car back there so you can turn out, you know, pull out of the driveway.
Hey, Brian, are you talking about basically where it says 50 on the left-hand side of the parking space, narrowing it back towards the stone wall, so to speak?
No, the depth of the parking spot with the little X hash marks, you eliminate half of that. Increase the buffer to the wetlands. You still have half the depth of that, which you've created to be able to back into in order to turn and get out of the parking spot or the garage. But it doesn't, you're basically not creating an additional parking spot there. I would imagine your turning radius, you know, if you were to be able to if you're backing out a car out of that right-hand garage, the tail of your car would only extend half of the distance that you've created there to enable you to be able to pull out of that area.
Well, if you see where the arrow is 15.4, you know, your average car is somewhere between 12 and 13 feet. So your back tire, you're barely out of the garage before you even start to make the turn yet. So I think what we need to do is have Rob put in the turning radiuses so it makes more sense as to where we are, and then amend the plans accordingly based on that information, maybe.
Yeah, drop an outline of your basic SUV right there, so we have something as a perspective.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Were you talking about mitigation plans?
We had submitted one to Robert.
Well, I guess that's the up to the agency whether they think that this plan of 4 6 to 8 foot screening evergreens basically is adequate mitigation for the 2 trees that were cut down.
And you said were deciduous trees, Bob?
That's my understanding, that they were larger, you know, not 100-foot, but, you know, 40, 50-foot deciduous trees. Yeah.
They were deciduous trees, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see them replaced with what was there to begin with. Would make
replacing
sense.
fine.
And not just what was there, I'm sorry, 4 trees, but deciduous trees, the type of tree that was there, not coniferous. Unless I suppose, and I don't want to let someone, you guys are coming back, it sounds like, but unless there's other trees of that type around, it would make sense to replace them with what was there and then add the 2 because we're doing a 2-to-1 ratio.
Matt, that's a question for you.
I don't know if that was a question. Sorry, it's late.
It sounded like a question.
It sounded like a question.
Deciduous would be the way to go to replace the type of tree and stick with at least 4, replacing the 2 that were taken.
Okay, I'm sure Bill Kenny can amend those 4 trees.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll do the right thing. Thanks. Okay, any other agency questions? We have another rest of the agenda to get to tonight.
Have
I see Michael Grunberg has his hand raised.
Yes, he's unmuted, so he can speak.
Okay.
Am I being heard?
Yes.
You're being heard.
I just wanted to address a couple of points relating to that backup. Number one, it's really, I don't know where we got, I believe what Matt was saying is that we have 185 feet that we're requesting. In reality, that space there, if I measured it myself at some point, is 10 feet wide and 14 feet long, with the exception of the Belgian block that was put there to match the rest around the property. So it's not, the images that are drawn here, or the feeling that I got, is that people think that it's a parking space. If a car is parked in there, you can't get a car out of the garage. And as to the point relating to the curve or the cutoff, to be able to get in there to back out, that is correct. And it was meant to be a curve, and I got very upset. I was traveling at the time when it was done, and it was supposed to be a curve in there. And I think that the difference between what's there now and the 185 is inclusive of the radius that is going to be put in after the fact. I hope if I addressed a couple of points there.
Okay.
So, I just want to be clear that it's not what you think it is. It's not a parking spot. And if a car is parked there, it blocks literally almost both cars coming out, unless they do like, 6-point turn or something ridiculous like that. And the garage space on that side was mainly used for storage because of the configuration that we ended up having there. Even though I've got 2 lifts in there, the cars ended up being more storage and rarely used. Every day cars were going from the other garage on the other side. So, it was a very difficult garage to use, unfortunately, for the year and a half or so that we were using it.
Okay.
Just
understood. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Any other agency questions? Public questions or comments? Would someone like to make a motion?
I think we can just continue it.
Yeah, that's a motion to delay then, right? We're out of the public hearing at this point.
Yes, yeah, we don't need any public
Okay.
hearing. So
Motion to
Correct.
delay.
Motion delay. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Pat? I'm gonna
Pat.
nod.
Okay.
Nods.
Jay,
Yeah.
Norma,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Elliot,
Yes.
Stefan.
Yes,
Okay.
Okay, thank you,
Who made the motion?
I did.
Stefan.
Stefan, and who second?
I did, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay,
One
thank
last
you.
thing. Can I get a copy of that letter? We never got a copy of the letter from Mr. Small.
Sure, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Bob. It should be part of the agenda information. The agenda link. You're muted. Oh, yes. So you can go onto the town's website, the agency's webpage, and if you just look up tonight's agenda, there are hot links that'll take you to all the information associated with this.
Shouldn't we have gotten a copy of it, though?
Oh, for God's sakes, come on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did I ask something that I'm not entitled to?
You can go on the website and get it.
Thank you.
You've got a month to.
I'll try to dig it up for you, Michael. Yeah.
Okay, moving right along. Next is 2020-133, 10 Plow Lane, Town of Greenwich, DPW for sanitary sewer rehabilitation adjacent to a watercourse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm completely reading the wrong thing. Hold on one second. 2020-098, 141 Bedford Road, Sal Matera, for corrective action regarding unpermitted grading, seeding, and landscaping 25 feet from wetlands. Doreen, please.
Okay, this application was first heard at the September agency meeting. It was delayed to allow the applicant to respond to the report and to provide additional information. The applicant's proposing to correct unpermitted grading, landscaping, and removal of vegetation up to the edge of a man-made pond. The owner did the work on the slope to improve the usable space around the pool, the patio, and the area to the base of the slope, and to clean the slope since it had been used as a dumping ground for many years for landscaping debris. The slope is proposed to be built with mounds and depressions that will create variations in elevation to capture rainfall and runoff and to reduce erosion. It will then be planted with a natural meadow mix. Several trees and shrubs were removed from the slope based on 2015 site photos and a topo survey that was provided with the application. And an area along the western and northern side of the pond was cleared of several shrubs and small trees. We did receive a planting plan that restores the trees and shrubs. It meets the planting requirements of the agency's mitigation planting plan memorandum from December 22nd, 2015. We also received an estimate for the retail install cost of the plantings. A drainage exemption report or a stormwater drainage report will be required as appropriate for the pool, patio, terrace, and steps, and is a condition of the approval. A double row of silt fencing has been properly installed around the edge of disturbance of the pond, and also jute mats have been installed along the slope. It's recommended that the agency issue an order with the conditions that are outlined in the report.
Thank you, Doreen. Is there anyone from the applicant that wishes to speak?
And please raise their hand. Doreen, do you recognize any names?
Let me take a look. I did speak with the homeowner. He was happy with the conditions. He had no problems, and he met a lot of the conditions of the that were outlined. So
I have a phone number that I think trying to get in here. So 162.
We're probably wanting to refinance your student debt, Pat.
Could be. Yeah.
So I don't see him here, but he was agreeable to the terms of the staff report.
Okay. Looks like we're just waiting on engineering.
Right, and that's in the work.
Okay, well, any agency discussion on this? Public questions or comments? I'll make a motion to approve with the condition of engineering comments being acceptable. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Okay, Pat, will call the roll, please.
Jay?
Yes.
Norma?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Elliot?
Yes.
And Stefan.
Okay, very good. Next
Can
up.
I just make one quick comment? It's been bugging me for a while. When someone says, you know, wow, I took down the trees because it was rotten, it was causing a hazard, it fell down in a storm. What exactly do we do? Do we get it from them in writing as an affidavit? Do we ask for any support for that? I mean, I think this is the third or fourth time that someone has made this comment about why they remove trees, and we just seem to take it like, oh, okay, fine.
We do put in so part of what staff's responsibility are is in the case of violation or just general conversation about trees that might be missing, we try to parse out what seems to be an accurate cause for those trees to be removed. We look back on aerial photos to see why, you know, what was there versus what isn't. I'll tell you, it's difficult when you have an arborist report that says the trees were hazardous and they should go.
But is that in writing?
An arborist report would be, yes. It's a challenge. Even when the trees are gone and you're being told, well, we were told to get rid of them.
Yeah, right.
It's
Okay, peace.
Yeah, frustrating. I appreciate the frustration.
Mhm. Yeah, I was never asked to prove that I actually had a dog that ate my homework. Okay, 2020-105, 150 Bedford Road, Christine Prohl and Kevin Kleinbart for corrective action regarding unpermitted understory removal adjacent to Watercourse. Doreen, please.
That one is delayed till next month.
Okay. Let's see. Next is 2020-112, 888 North Street, Rocco V. DeAndrea for Stanwich Club, Inc. for removal of trees 10 feet from wetlands. Pat.
That one is also a request for delay, and they have also requested an extension because they are out of time.
Okay, very good. On to new applications for review. 2020-115, 1034 Lake Avenue, Environmental Land Solutions LLC for Emily and Fraser Owen Smith for corrective action for unpermitted clearing 20 feet from wetlands.
Are we supposed to have 42 Stag Lane?
On my agenda, I'm not showing it, but
Bob's telling me no worries, keep going.
okay.
Okay.
So that's 1034 Lake.
So this was 2020-100 is on the official agenda, and that one is being continued to the next meeting, Bob? Yes.
Now, does just a question. So the official agenda comes out obviously after the Thursday packets, right?
That is correct. It's posted at 3 o'clock on Friday. So we've got to.
So maybe just email us a copy when
yes,
it comes out on Friday. So
clearly necessary. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, so I think Doreen, you were up for.
Okay, so this is 1034 Lake Avenue. Okay, so during a final inspection for bond release for permit 2015-83, staff observed clearing of vegetation in an area approximately 20 to 30 feet from an off-site wetland. That included multiple trees, multi-stemmed shrubs, and ground cover. The applicant's proposing to plant the area with 4 understory trees, 13 shrubs, and 30 ferns to restore the understory of the off-site wetland. The area of disturbance about 160 feet by 20 feet. The shade trees remain intact, and the cut shrub stumps are resprouting, and they'll be left to revegetate. The proposed planting plan, combined with the existing vegetation, meets the requirements of the agency's mitigation planting plan memorandum dated December 22nd, 2015. But the new planting should be protected from browsing and rubbing from wildlife. It's recommended that the agency issue an order with the conditions provided in the staff report.
Okay. Thank you, Doreen. Is there anyone from the applicant that wishes to speak tonight?
Promoted Matt Pop to panelist.
Okay. Mr. Pop, welcome.
Good evening. I wasn't going to speak, but I'm here. The homeowner is in agreement with the conditions that Doreen set forth. They cut the understory. Like Doreen said, the shade trees remain above. So they're in agreement with the conditions of the staff report.
Okay, very good. Any public questions or comments on this? Any agency questions for Mr. Pop or no? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Pat, would
Thank
you call the roll?
Elliot?
Yep.
Stefan?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Norma,
Yes.
Jay,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
700. Order to correct.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, let's see, just confirming 2020-120 Zero Knollwood is going to agent approvals.
That's
Or
correct.
had gone.
Has
Okay.
gone.
So next I have is 2020-122 47 Nutmeg Drive. Rocco V. DeAndrea Inc. for Donald and Nekla Kudrick for regrading of slope, relocation of drainage, and installation of generator and propane tanks 30 feet from wetlands.
Jen Uranum, you're up.
Yes. So as you said, the applicant proposes to legitimize unauthorized activity that includes the enlarging of the rear yard of their home, expanding the fill slope in the southerly direction. The grading had been completed at a slope steeper than original. However, the toe of the slope doesn't exceed the limit of the original fill. A stop work order was issued in June for the unauthorized deposition of fill. Upon inspecting the property, the additional fill is mostly stabilized with an erosion control blanket. The toe of the slope is roughly 30 feet at its closest from the wetlands. The regrading will have a maximum of 2-to-1 slope to ensure safe stability. As the applicant states in the narrative, no trees were removed in the filling process. The fill does not encroach close to the wetlands delineated on the adjacent property, and approved location of the rain garden will not be affected. The applicant proposes to install boulders at the base of the slope between the new fill and the original ground. The other features proposed in the application include the generator on a concrete pad, 2 underground propane tanks, and to relocate the previously approved level spreader. These activities are down gradient from the offsite wetland. The relocation of the level spreader trench is to avoid the conflict to the existing gravel path that separates these features from the offsite wetland. No trees were removed with the proposed locations of the buried propane tanks. The propane tanks are between 70 and 90 feet from the wetland. And since no trees were removed and the buffer is intact, a permit is recommended rather than an order to correct. Issuance of a permit with the agency's standard conditions and special conditions is recommended.
Okay, thank you, Jen. Nicely done. Anyone from the applicant wish to speak to this?
Hang on, I gotta go get Tony. Okay, Tony, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute yourself and speak.
Okay, good evening.
Tony.
Tony DeAndrea for Donald and Nekla Kudrick. We have reviewed the comments from Jen with the clients. I think they were all right on target with our proposal, and we have no objection to the conditions, of course. Unless you have any questions, the point of the application is, of course, to stabilize the slope, which has been done. Also to relocate the level spreader to a more optimum location. And as Jen points out, most significantly, no trees were removed, and everything that we are proposing is relative to the existing wood road that has been there for many years.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. DeAndrea from the agency? Any public questions or comments? Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve with the agency's standard conditions and the special conditions recommended.
Okay, thank you. Is
Second.
there a second? There is a second. Okay, Pat, will you call the roll, please?
Yes. Jay?
Yes.
Elliot?
Yep.
Joe?
Yep.
Peter?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Norma?
Yes.
Stefan?
Yes.
700.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have another 82 Buckfield, it looks like. 2020-124, 82 Buckfield, Matthew McCullough for Michael Grunberg for installation of mesh to bottom of existing fencing within wetlands.
Hang on 1 second. I sent Norma to the wrong place.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, gotta go get her. I'll come get you. Oh, let's see, there we are. Okay, she's back. Okay. Sorry, I gotta promote people too. This is why Bob doesn't do this job because he's busy. Okay. This is an application to keep mesh at the bottom of the fence that was originally approved as a privacy fence. If you all recall, there were two issues that field changes that staff had made, and the agency allowed one field change to stand, and the second one was to put mesh at the bottom of the privacy fence that was originally approved to keep the 6-inch gap. The homeowner wishes to utilize this fence as their pool fence, which means that the bottom 6 inches has to be closed up. This is quite similar to the application that this agency reviewed for fence on the west side of the property and was approved last month. The wetland that this fence goes through does not have the same superficial conditions in as much as it doesn't pond water to the same extent or really at all as the western side, and it is running through woodlands. So I am recommending the issuance of a permit and the conditions with just the standard conditions. Since the mesh is already there, there's really no special conditions to go along with this. Mr. Grunberg and Mr. Harness have been promoted to panelists to represent the application. Oh, Mr. McCullough is still here too. I'll bring him up.
Okay. Thank you, Pat.
The Buckfield team is back.
Okay, Buckfield, anything to add?
I mean, we're obviously fine with the standard conditions, so unless the agency has questions for us.
Okay, very good. Agency questions or comments to the applicants? Public questions or comments? Okay. Alan Small has raised his hand. Mr. Small?
Mr. Small should be able to.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I hope you all received the letter that I sent in regard to this item. But the agency, in first allowing this stockade fence to be built, required as a condition of its approval that it be built 6 inches off the ground. That order was confirmed in August of this year when you again issued an order that the mesh be removed. And I believe there's reasons for that. And you actually discussed them earlier tonight in an application for another property where you discussed the movement of amphibians through wetlands shouldn't be inhibited by the pool fence, and that there should be alternatives considered. In that case, you were interested in a fence much closer to the pool. And in fact, this site, they have provided you no alternatives with this application, but there is an alternative, and that was this picket fence that they had that was very close to the pool. And so there needs to be a finding of no reasonable improved alternatives exist, because that fence was much shorter. It didn't disrupt the wetlands. The stockade fence goes all the way out to close to the pond and is disruptive in the wetlands. And I believe you also need to make a finding that it is a pool fence in order to necessitate that it be filled under the gap. And so I thank you for your time considering this application, and I would hope that you would reject this application and require that they put the picket fence, pool fence back in place that didn't disrupt the wetlands as much. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there other public comments or questions? No?
Excuse me, this is John Harness for the applicant. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. I just wanted to point out that I think when we were discussing this the last time, that there was a published policy of inland wetlands, that if the 6-inch gap normally required at the bottom is in conflict with the building code, that the 6-inch gap would not be required. And so inasmuch as the applicant is using this fence as their pool fence, we would, request that the commission go along with the recommendation of Ms. Sesto, that this mesh that's been installed at the bottom, according to Pat Sesto's requirements, be approved.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harness. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, would anyone like to make a motion on the application?
Elliot Benton, I move to approve.
Okay, Mr. Benton made a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Jay.
Mr. Skufalos seconds. Pat, will you call the roll, please?
Stefan,
Yes.
Jay,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Joe Rogers,
Yeah,
He may be
yes,
muted.
yes.
Elliot,
Yes.
Peter,
You're muted, Peter.
spacebar.
Spacebar wasn't working. Yes, it wasn't working.
And Norma.
Yes.
Okay, approved 700.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is 2020-127, 24 Stillman Lane, James Doyle Design Associates for John and
Mr.
Christian Lamadola. Yes,
Can we go back to 126, which is the consent item that you all skipped over?
oh yeah, I actually added it to the bottom of the list, but yeah, we can go to that next, keep it in order. 2020-126, which is 81 and 81, 181 and 181A Clabbard Ridge Road, Joseph F. Rizzoli, PE LLC, for 181 Clabbard LLC and 181A Clabbard LLC for installation of deer fence within wetlands. 10, whatever. Okay, yes.
Right. First of all, I thought I sent this to you with the staff report with a one-sheet plan, and this is old school. I'm going to hold it up. There are wetlands. It's a perimeter deer fence. It's going to go around through this little wetland, which is a herbaceous little thing, through this one, which is Pachysandra under maples, and then around here over a spillway, so there's no constriction of the water flow, all the way around and come back down and then go across this area, which is a sort of a meadow in this drainage way. Interestingly, the neighbor just to the, I don't know what direction it is, just over here, also has a deer fence right across the same wetland. So that's why I felt this was a consentable item. And again, I apologize that the plans and the staff report didn't get to you.
Okay, Bob, is the deer fence, is it
It's
6 inches clear from the bottom? What's the?
Good question, Mr. Chairman. This is a deer fence. The detail is right here. It's pretty nice deer fence, big mesh and 6 inches off the ground.
Okay.
I recommend approval.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone from the applicant that wants to talk to this?
I don't think they expected to be here tonight, so not here.
Okay, very good. Is there any public questions or comments on this? Any hands raised, Pat?
No.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve Elliot Benton.
Okay. I approve Elliot Benton as well, but is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Joe seconds.
Okay,
Um,
Jay,
Yes.
Peter,
Yep, spacebar is working. Yes.
excellent. Joe,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Elliot.
I have a question. Do we ever get interveners representing the deer?
Yeah.
I approve.
Stefan,
Yes.
and Norma.
Yes.
Thank you. 700.
Okay, very good. Okay, now on to 2020-127. 24 Stillman Lane, James Doyle Design Associates for John and Christian Lamondola for construction of retaining wall and restoration of buffer 30 feet from wetlands.
Sorry, just unmuting. So the two stumps found when we issued the stop work order were roughly 18 to 24 inches in diameter. Other vegetation was found to be removed within upland review areas. The unauthorized vegetation took place between the boulders and located in the rear and where the property line meets the abutting neighbor of 0 East Line Farm Drive. There's a pond located on 0 East Line Farm Drive and wetlands located on the abutting property of 26 Stillman Lane. Although no permit is required for the construction of the residence, in the 98 conceptual approval, there was a condition, a 40-foot undisturbed natural buffer is recommended as a minimum on all residential lots. The applicant used this requirement as the foundation of the restoration plan. To mitigate the 2 trees and vegetation removed, the applicant proposes a 40-foot undisturbed buffer area. 14 native trees, 75 shrubs, and ground cover are proposed within the buffer area. The applicant plans to remove any invasive plants to reestablish the native buffer before planting installation. The quantities and the sizes of the proposed plantings are all acceptable. The applicant proposes to create a gently 3% sloped play lawn and install a retaining wall. A small portion of the proposed wall is barely within the 100-foot setback, with the majority of the wall just outside upland area. The proposed retaining wall will form an effective barrier between the play area and the wetland. As a condition of approval, it is recommended a professional engineer certify the existing stormwater drainage system can adequately accommodate the increase in impervious coverage created by the wall. An issuance of an order is recommended with the conditions I've provided. I believe Jean Carlo with James Doyle Design Associates should be on.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna get you. Justin Quinn. Got you as panelist, so you can unmute yourself and participate.
Okay, thank you, Jen. Welcome, Mr. Quinn.
Thanks, Jen, for that the intro. Yeah, we certainly have no.
Mr. Quinn, we can hardly hear you.
How about now?
A little bit
A little
better.
bit better.
We have no issues with the conditions other than condition 5, no later than April 15th, the owner shall have fully implemented the restoration plantings. I just think it's nearly November, and I don't think some of this plant material will be available until later in the spring. So we're recommending that that is actually more like a May 15th or end of May deadline.
Okay.
Yes, I did speak to John Carlo about that, and I think we could handle that at a staff level.
And yeah, and other than that, we have no other issues. We will get the engineer to write off on the stormwater.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And by that, I mean, we just need a letter. Is what you're requesting. A letter will suffice.
Or the deadline for planting?
No, for the engineer to approve the stormwater. Can we just, will a letter suffice? From an engineer.
Jen?
Yeah, we would have to submit it. I don't think I added that in here. I mean, we would have to submit it to DPW.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
if it's less than 1,000 square foot increase in impervious.
Yeah, that's what I'm checking right now. I think it is less. So yes, a letter would suffice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Any agency questions for Mr. Quinn? Public questions or comments? Would someone like to make a motion? Don't be
Oh, come
bashful.
on.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Not sure who got in there first, but
Thank you.
okay.
Yeah, nice. The little box lights up. It's like the like a basketball. Okay. Elliot.
Yep.
Peter.
Yes.
Brian.
Yes.
Stefan.
Yes.
Joe.
Yes.
Jay.
Yep.
Norma.
Yes.
Thank you. 700.
Okay, next up, 2020-130, 29 Alden Road, Redness and Mead for David and Tracy Giddings for demolition of a house and tennis court and construction of a single-family residence, driveway, pool, and patios 15 feet from wetlands.
Okay, that 15-foot distance is a little misdirecting. The main activities are about 50 feet from the pond. There will be some drainage structures, landscaping that is closer, but these are very minor activities. The other thing that they're doing here is they're reusing portions of the existing foundations. So the site disturbance required to complete the redevelopment of the property is greatly reduced without all that excavation. They're removing a tennis court. There's a decrease in impervious coverage. They have a planting plan that will enhance parts of the pond bank and the little pocket wetland in the northeast part of the property. And I recommend the agency issue a permit with the conditions in the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Anyone from the applicant wish to speak?
I have Ted Malone is here representing the applicant.
Yes, hi. For the record, I am Ted Malone, professional engineer with Redness and Mead, representing David and Tracy Giddings. Wanted to thank Bob Clausey for his summary of the application. We have no objections with the recommendations made within the staff report. Along with myself, David and Tracy Giddings and Derek DeAndrea from Arch and Bloom are here to answer any questions the commission may have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? No, any public questions or comments? Okay, would someone like to make a
Motion to approve with the standard conditions and special conditions recommended.
Okay, thank you. Is
Second.
there, Stefan seconds?
And he's not going to be shut out. Okay. Elliot.
Yes.
Norma.
Yes.
Stefan.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Joe.
Yes.
Brian.
Yes.
Jay.
Yes.
700.
Yeah, I didn't say yes, but yes.
Oh, Peter, sorry.
Okay, 2020-131, 343 Taconic Road, Soundview Engineers and Land Surveyors LLC for Brad Zachman for construction of pool, modification of driveway, and designation of septic reserve area 88 feet from wetlands.
Okay, so the majority of the proposed development is separated from the wetland by a woodland area and lawn. Therefore, at face value, this project poses minimal potential for impact to wetlands. The erosion controls on the site plans are sufficient. The applicant has filed for a drainage exemption. The driveway modifications are mostly outside the upland review area. Upon inspecting the site, a greenhouse was observed that does not appear on any survey maps submitted in the application. The greenhouse is located in the northwestern portion of the property. between the shed and the small isolated lawned wetland beside the drainage ditch. While the application could have been approved at agent level with the unauthorized structure found, this application is recommended to be heard before the agency. The applicant filed a drainage exemption. Staff recommends the applicant address the increase in impervious coverage prior to the issuance of a permit. If the agency chooses to approve the application, there are conditions of approval provided as well. And I'm not sure if sound view is on.
Okay.
If somebody here for this, raise their hands. Okay. All quiet.
Okay, any
Nobody's claiming it.
public questions or comments? Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
Move to delay.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I'll call the roll, please.
Elliot?
Yep.
Stefan?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Jay?
Sleep.
Spacebar. Or a thumbs up, Jay. Jay's good? Okay, I saw his mouth. I read lips too. And Norma.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 700 to delay.
Okay, very good. Next, I believe, is postponed, which is 2020-140, 13 Field Point Drive. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Moving on to 2020-141, 21 and 25 Stonehenge Drive South, William Kenny Associates LLC for Gregory Hoffman and Nicholas and Amy Cariello for construction of pool and cabana, expansion of deck, and dredging of a pond.
All right. This is sort of like a two-part application. The pool, cabana, deck part with the drainage is pretty not much different than what was approved several years ago by the agency. This was in 2011, so quite a few years ago now. And all of those activities are about 60 feet from the pond. The standard erosion controls should take care of it. It's a gently sloping site. The other part of the application has to do with dredging the pond. This pond straddles the property line between 21 and 25 Stonehenge Drive South. They're going to use hydraulic dredging method. They are going to dewater the dredge spoils on the lawn area of 25 Stonehenge Drive South. And at the end of the project, they're going to restore a 500 square foot area of lawned bank of the pond adjacent to an existing rain garden, which I have to say is one of the nicest vegetated rain gardens I've seen in a while. It's very nicely vegetated with native plants. So if their meadow is anything like their rain garden, it's going to be a real nice enhancement to that edge of the pond. I recommend the agency issue a permit with the conditions in the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Is there anyone from the client here who would wish to speak to this?
Sure. Good evening. It's Bill Kenny.
Hi, Bill.
I'm here on behalf of the two owners from 21 and 25, the owners from those two properties, and we're in agreement with the staff report, with Bob's report, and with the recommended conditions.
Okay, thank you, Bob, or Bill. Any questions for Mr. Kenny? Any public questions or comments?
I have a question. Bob, I don't think you hit on this, but you mentioned that the banks on the southwest corner of the pond are eroded and stabilization was recommended. And seeing, I think that's the same pond that there's a proposal to dredge. I'm just curious why the applicant decided not to include that in the scope of work.
Sure.
Well, Mr. Kenny could speak specifically, but my guess is it would have required, might have required equipment to enter 21 Stonehenge, the number 21 property. And it would have been, you can't do that hydraulically. So it would have been a completely different setup with a different contractor perhaps. And, you know, it's kind of their choice. It'll be a sediment source to the pond, but it'll take time for that to have any impact on the pond once it's dredged.
I didn't follow that first part. What, to stabilize hydraulically? What were you saying?
I'm saying you can't do that. I mean, you
have to access it and
to access it with the materials and to do the work there. But I'll be quiet and let Bill.
Okay, yeah, I was sort of asking it to Bill, but thank you, Bob. Your opinion's always appreciated.
Can we see the drawing that we prepared, the color drawing? That shows the other lot, so it's a little bit easier maybe to discuss this. But quickly, the owners of 25 Stonehenge, which is the property, the upper property. Oh, do you want me to share, or were you guys going to share?
Do you have that one, Doreen, or do you want me to have Bill do? Doreen? Do you want me to have Bill share that? Okay. Hang tight, Bill. Where are you here? Okay, Bill.
Okay, thank you. So the owners of 25, which is this lot with the pool, they were really the driving force for this proposal with regard to the pond, and the other owners are happy to come along, but not as in a position to do as much work. And so so that's one reason. And the other reason is, I think, as Bob was describing, since this is a hydraulic activity, the access is from here. It really starts to open up a whole nother can of worms to bring in equipment to come over here and deal with this. So it is our belief that although that channel has eroded, it's in some ways it's at a point where it's not eroding at an excessive rate at this point. So we think that the contribution of sediment will be relatively minimal. And the owner at 21 Stonehenge asked not to be required to do that work.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thanks. That definitely covers what Bob was saying. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Kenny or Bob? No. Public questions or comments? Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve with the standard conditions and special conditions recommended.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Pat, if you'd call the roll.
Jay?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Stefan?
Yes.
Norma?
Yes.
Elliot?
Yes.
Thank you. 700.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Next, we're passing over. This is the Indian Spring dredging. Applications to be received. I have, what do I have here? I have 2 applications to be received.
We are now up to 8. 144 through 151.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to receive applications 2020-143 through 151.
144. 144.
I have a 140. I have a 16 stepping stone lane on this one.
Bob, any insight on that?
2020-143.
As an agent
That
approval.
should only be agent approval.
This you've got a draft agenda, so it's got things.
Okay, very good. Okay, so that's gone. So 144 through 151. 51.
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay,
Okay, Jay,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Brian,
yes.
Stefan,
Yes.
Norma,
Yes.
and
Yes.
Elliot. Look at you jumping in there. Okay, we have 8 new received applications.
Very good. And there were a total of 5 agent approvals.
Yes,
Any questions from the agency on any of those agent approvals?
just want to be clear that the one labeled 219-057 should read 2020-120. 0 Knollwood and 3 Knollwood.
Okay,
No.
very good. And we have 1 violation listed tonight. Cease and correct order 2020-007, 34 Beechcroft Road for unauthorized clearing of trees and other vegetation. Doreen, please.
A record of documents for 34 Beechcroft Road. Photos taken October 2nd, 2020. Application 2018-125, permit 2018-125. Stop work order issued October 2nd, 2020. Violation summary, October 16th, 2020. Cease and correct order 2020-007 issued October 19th, 2020. So a staff member was inspecting the property on October 2nd based on a caller concerned with chainsaw operations in the rear yard adjacent to wetlands. Approximately a dozen trees is labeled on the existing permit plan and within the wetland buffer west of the brook have been removed in addition to all the understory vegetation. Rutted tractor tracks were observed crossing the watercourse. A worker on site was told he could spread the remaining wood chips over the bare soil, and then he was to remove all the equipment from the site. Silt fencing was required to be installed along the edges of disturbance on both sides of the watercourse. The homeowner stated some of the trees were dead and believed that the landscaper had been working with the town for approval to do the work, and that there were plans to replant trees in the area. The landscaper, Jesus Flores of Rosa Landscaping, later contacted staff and said he was not working with staff, but to get approval for the removal of the trees, but a landscaping plan for the area would be ready within a week. A stop work order was issued October 2nd, 2020 by regular and certified mail to the property owner, and cease and correct order 2020-07 was issued by regular and certified mail on October 19th, 2020, with a deadline for the submission of an application by November 20th, 2020. Staff recommends the agency maintain the cease and correct order and file a certificate of violation on the land records if the application to correct the violation is not received by the given deadline.
Okay, thank you, Doreen. Mr. Pop or Mr. Flores?
Hi, I'm Matt Pop, landscape architect, professional wetland scientist, environmental land solutions. We will be preparing a application and restoration plan for the Watercourse corridor that bisects the middle of the site. And we'll have that in by the November 20th deadline for that. We do ask one thing for the stop work order. A number of spruce trees that line the perimeter of the site, the rear perimeter, rear yard, have been purchased already, and the landscape contractor wishes to get those installed. Why he has them already purchased, and he'll be installing those hopefully within the next like 2 weeks if we get your approval on that. So again, we'll be preparing the plan and getting the application in.
Okay. Question to staff. Do you have any objections to the installation of the spruce trees while the work is being done?
Well, I would like to know how big these trees are. What kind of equipment do you need to get them there? Because you have to cross the watercourse.
You have to cross the watercourse. They are on a larger size. I don't know exactly how tall, but I'm assuming probably on 12 to 15 feet in height. There's already an existing crossing that they've used to take out the existing trees. So they'd be using that same crossing.
My observation was it was not a crossing, but it was a place where they crossed. There were like
Yeah.
two little retaining walls, and they just, I don't know, maybe they put some planks down or something.
Yeah.
So are they going to be able to use the same little excavator to get those trees in?
Yes.
That was. You want to state your name? Who's it?
Yes, I'm trying to.
And your name?
It's Jesus Flores, I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We are in the drought trigger 3, so watering these large trees is going to be an issue. The irrigation exemptions that the Aquarian was previously allowing, they have suspended that. So I don't think this site's on a well.
No, we did talk about that, and I did mention to Jose that we won't be able to be watering the new spruce, so that he's aware that they won't be able to get watered. Luckily, it looks like we're having a very wet period right now, so he's aware of that.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Pop or Mr. Flores?
Yeah, I think if we could get a plan, just a sketch of where you're going to put these things, how many there are, so we have some idea of the scope of this little operation during the next, I mean, what, 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, it would seem so. Yes.
So would the spruce trees in any way inhibit the planting plan? Or are we talking about two completely different areas?
It's a completely different area. The watercourse bisects the middle of the site, and that area will be replanted. The spruce trees go in the rear property and then the side, so kind of away from the existing watercourse. So there'd be two separate projects.
Okay, very good. I assume there's no public questions or comments on this. Would someone like to make a motion?
I just have one quick question for Doreen. Doreen, do you need to change the deadline from November 20th to November 21, since it is now the 27th?
I don't think so. I think that they can get their application in
I was just kidding you.
in November.
It's not, it's tomorrow that, you know, we're now.
It's October, right? Right.
Sorry, just trying to enliven the.
Yes. The after midnight humor.
There we go.
I have a question on, is the silt fence that was requested in place?
Yes. Hello?
Was that a yes, no?
Yes, it's in place.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's in place, yes.
Doreen, so 34 Beechcroft was a fairly recent redevelopment of a parcel. There was great mapping, declaration on the land records. Are you recommending fines associated with this?
So for this landscaper, we have not had an issue that I'm aware of. I keep a log. I did not see that we've addressed this with him before or the company, so I didn't at this time.
And what about the homeowners who were obviously aware of?
So they just recently purchased the property. I don't know of their history, whether they lived in Greenwich previously. We could take a look at that, but I don't know offhand.
I don't believe they lived in Greenwich. Not even sure if they live in the house yet.
Not yet, no.
Very frustrating to put all these safeguards in place and then still not enough.
Well, I think that the message then would be to be very, expect a very robust restoration plan. Since they seem to be able to put spruce trees in November almost.
Yeah, it's sort of in line with other discussions we've had and figuring out what was taken out and trying to replace it like with like, you know, so try to do your best to match, especially close to the watercourse and in that buffer area, try to match what was taken out, assuming it wasn't just invasives, of course, and things like that, but it'd be good to have some idea of what was there. Pat, do we have that from the records?
Yeah, Doreen cited there's roughly a dozen trees. And are the stumps still there, Doreen?
Well, it was actually Bob who did the site inspection, but yeah, we
Okay,
have
Bob.
a previous map that shows that, you know, identifies all the trees that existed on site, so we can compare that
Right.
to the plan.
And I'd like to see, I mean, not just like a 2-to-1 sort of thing. I'm thinking like a tree for every 4 to 5 inch caliper that was removed. So if it's a 25-inch oak, then that's 5 trees.
Well, we also have to work on the understory.
Yes.
And that I think we'll have to look at the photographic record and, you know, neighboring properties and things. And, you know, I think this area ought to be restored.
Mhm. Okay. So I think Matt heard that loud and clear.
I did.
Okay, very good. All right, would someone like to make a motion then?
Motion to maintain the cease and correct order and the request of certificate of violation be filed on land records if a application is not submitted by November 20th, 2020.
Very good. Thank you, Stefan. Is there a second?
Second.
Ooh, that was a close one. I think Peter got in there.
Peter got the light.
He got the light.
Yeah, right at the buzzer.
Very good. Okay, read the roll, and I think we're out of here.
So this,
Okay.
I just, so we'll submit a sketch for Bob for the spruce trees, how we're gonna do that, and that will be coming midweek.
Very good.
Thank you.
Jay,
Thank you very much.
Peter,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Stefan,
Yes.
Norma,
Yes.
Kelly.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank
you.
you.
So with no
And,
further business, we're adjourned? Is that what you're saying?
No further business. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At all.
12:22.
No, no sirvió esa. Ni me escuchaban.